I don't think they creep down by themselves.
I don't know. I remember there was one year where they were giving out the wrong, like, shots for the wrong.
He'll be here. He's on his way. He had just gotten to his house when I talked to him a while.
We had a couple of things I could but we might want to make it.
I need to go get my council packet out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be late. He's on his way. He just got to the house or something. He'll be here, but he may come in late. Could be why he's stalling. I don't know. So, coffee buddies in the morning. I forgot. Sure, that just pissed me. I know, you gotta let stuff like that go. Yeah.
Right.
All right, we'll start. Talking into our microphone. TV, you can't hear it. Okay, so don't turn your head.
You want to hear me?
All right, Joanna, are you ready? Okay. Yeah, he will be. He's a family emergency, and so walking into his house to change his clothes just a little bit ago. So get back here. Good evening. I'd like to call the January 14th, 2014 regular town council meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation to be given by Councilman Steve Culleton. Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Loving God, we ask you to come upon us tonight and look over us as we make decisions for the citizens of the town of Paradise. We ask that you guide us in our decision-making and allow us to have open minds and open hearts. We ask your protection for all of our armed service personnel, both here and abroad, as well as all of our public safety personnel and the citizens of the town of Paradise.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Culleton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bolin,
Here.
Councilmember Culleton,
Present.
Councilmember Rawlings,
Here.
Councilmember Titus is absent, Mayor Lauder.
Here. I just spoke to Mr. Titus. He had a family emergency. He was rolling back into town and needed to change his clothes, and he should be here shortly, so we won't be without him for long. First off, we have some presentation from Butte County on jail impact fees. We have Greg Aturia, the Chief Financial Officer, and Corey Honey, the Butte County Under-Sheriff. So they have a PowerPoint for us, and we'll Fire away, gentlemen.
You don't waste time, do you, Mr. Mayor? You get right into it.
Not. This is paradise.
The board meeting, we have pleasantries that take place before we get into it, but
Coffee
no,
break.
no, we're good,
Yeah.
we're good. Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff. Certainly, it's a pleasure to be here and an honor to be here. We're here today ultimately to ask, as I understand the process, for the town to collect an impact fee that already is in existence in the county, specifically to go towards future construction of the jail or expand our jail. I'm going to tell you right up front, I don't like the idea of having to ask people to collect more fees. It's just not something that I like very much. I'm sure it's not something that you like either. But as you're going to see here as we kind of roll through this, we're in need of expanding our facility. And this has been brought about as a result of Assembly Bill 109, which has been in effect since 2011. It is something that we have worked hard to deal with, and in many respects, we have put in place programs that have mitigated its impact on public safety, and we've had good success with those programs. But ultimately, it is become apparent to us that we need both more capacity in terms of our jail facility, but also we need a little different kind of facility to house people for longer periods of time, longer-term inmates. As you probably understand, our initial facility was built as a county jail, and it wasn't designed to house people for very long, at the most a year. And now we have sentences that exceed that, on average 3 years, but I have one individual who's in our jail for 10 years. He is a multiple DUI offender, and frankly, I'm afraid to let him out because I'm afraid that he's going to get drunk and get in a car and kill somebody. And so those are the kinds of things that we're dealing with. Ultimately, we would look, okay, we would look to, I didn't know if that was me, if I had done something.
Don't take it as an answer to your request.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Lights out, buddy, it's time for you to go.
We need
Yeah,
a
okay,
dimmer
good.
switch.
So, Mr. Titus? So at any rate, part of our jail, we have a 614-bed facility currently. Part of that facility was constructed in 1963. It is an older linear-style jail. As a result, it is inefficient to operate in terms of supervision, in terms of the kind of staffing levels you have to have. It's an older building, and so it makes it difficult for us to utilize that to its maximum efficiency. We have the newer Podler style jail that was built in 1984. It is a more efficient jail to operate, but given the numbers of inmates that we're currently dealing with as a result of realignment, we need to expand our capacity. And hopefully, we're going to be successful at obtaining funding from the state. As a matter of fact, I'm flying down to Los Angeles tomorrow to meet with the Board of State and Community Corrections and lobby for additional funding to come to the county for the purposes of jail renovation and expansion. And part of that, ultimately, we're looking at up with a match. And if their program stays the same, the program under SB 1022, be eligible for up to $40 million. And we have to come up with a 10% match. Impact fees would be that revenue. Go ahead. I'm going to turn it over to Greg, and he can deal with the financial stuff.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Greg Interior, the Chief Financial Officer with the county. The jail impact fees that the county collects in the unincorporated area are specifically to protect the people by adding capacity and the capacity that is needed as population grows throughout the county. And there are statutory limitations on their use. They cannot be used to replace facilities, they're only for expansion. They cannot be charged to existing development. They're just on new development, new homes. So as new homes are being built, people know that's part of it. They cannot be charged for operations or any overhead costs. They can only be used for construction. And right now we're collecting this fee, again, throughout the unincorporated area, and we're coming to ask for permission to be able to collect it on new development, new residential development in in the incorporated area of the town. The fee itself is based on our jail needs assessment study done in 2007, and they took a look at the cost of construction for jail, the amount of jail space that needs to be added as population growths, and after that it's just straight math to figure out for every additional population the ratio of additional space that needs needed over time, and to calculate the fee amount. So the current county fees are for a single-family residential, $455.89. For a multifamily, $363.63, and for new mobile home, $372.22, based on that study. And again, at this point, we are collecting those fees. The county has been collecting them in the unincorporated area since 2008. And for the math to work out, because the studies had to make the assumption that it's collected on all residential in the county, it doesn't. That you don't collect enough for that expansion due to population unless you collect it in the unincorporated and the incorporated areas of the county. So we're here to ask for that kind of partnership. Are there any questions of us? Again, it's for construction only, and if that kind of support and partnership, we would like to work with your staff on the specific agreement and to be able to bring back to the council at a future meeting.
Why just new construction? Is that a state?
Yeah, that is the state. Because the nexus, the purpose for the fee is so that when new construction for new residential occurs, it creates capacity for more population in a community, which drives the need for additional jail space. So there's that nexus.
You know, up here, there's very few new homes built.
In fact, I asked the manager for those numbers on new home construction last 5 years, if you...
Last year, we had 23 total, 3 mobile homes, 20 single-family homes, and then the year prior to that, it was 7. So,
Yeah, is that including the multifamily in the number? Because we had Paradise Community Village,
that
which would
might be
be...
including Paradise Community Village. Craig, do you know?
And
Okay.
is that per unit price for multifamily?
Yeah, per residential unit.
Per unit.
Paradise Community Village is a multi-family thing, and that would be one of my questions. Like, you charge, if I build a home for me and my family, $400, but if I build an apartment building where I can put 20 people that are probably doing crime and irresponsible, not that all apartment dwellers are, but,
Right.
you know, but you have, so is that only $300 per
No.
apartment, or?
Per apartment. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, per dwelling unit.
All right, well,
Yeah.
and then my other question was, why
So
not?
if you had 10 units, you're going
it
to
would
pay
be
10 times.
3,000,
Yeah.
right?
That's correct.
So, and why not commercial development?
Because the nexus for the driving for additional jail space is based on, for the most part, residential growth. You could have commercial growth that doesn't necessarily drive the need for a jail space. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
question that nexus.
Well, sure, but that's the nexus that's been, ever since the law was passed for these fees, AB 1600, that's the nexus that has survived through
All the
courts and
challenges.
challenges. Yep. And so that has become the basis for these studies.
Your numbers, though, are based on, I mean, like Lauren just said, our community, we have seen little growth. And we actually don't have a whole lot of land that can even be developed in the town of Paradise. So you could actually crunch those numbers, and it's a finite number that you could ever.
That's right, and we'll have periods where, we've had relatively little development throughout the county over the last 5 years, and then who knows, we'll get a boom again someday. And so that's one of the reasons why this nexus is accepted. When you have periods of low growth, you don't have great increases in demand, you don't collect a lot of money. Then when you have periods of long growth, you are collecting more money, but then you have more demand and you have the greater need.
Right.
So,
I think our growth potential in the town of Paradise it's a finite number. There's only a given number of lots that are even developable anymore, you know.
yeah, we suspect that a lot of that demand and growth will probably come from a couple of the other urban areas within the county.
Do the rest of the council have, and please, for the record, let's note that Councilman Titus arrived at the very beginning of this presentation, so he's been present.
I just need to get
I have a
some
question for,
clarity.
Let me
I didn't see.
call on Tim first, and then we'll...
So there is absolutely, let's say we build 0 for 5 years. There is no liabilities being accumulated by the town because of the bond. So if we build nothing, we're not taking on any future liability, or there's nothing that we're responsible for other than the impact fees.
Right, well, if there's nothing built there, actually, there'd be no fees paid
Okay.
from any
I just wanna
development of
make-
the town. That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's nothing
That's
tying us to the obligation of the bonds.
Right. And then actually, it's a county fee, and the county we would be collecting it, and we could discuss whether it would be the county staff or if it's more convenient, town staff. When building permits are paid, that's when we currently collect the county jail impact fee is at that time. And then if there's permission to collect that on new residential development in the town, then we would want to work out the mechanics of collecting
Right,
that.
then let me take it one step further. Who's responsible for the payments if there is insufficient growth in the county?
Oh, the county is going to be responsible.
Okay, so there's no, I just want to be very
Yes.
clear that,
Yeah.
looking at the different scenarios, it's not going to come back to bite us.
That's
There's
correct.
nothing going to hit our books
Yep,
as a
absolutely.
liability.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
But what about, let's say, following that train of thought, let's say that the numbers all don't work out, growth doesn't return right away, you get some money from the state, you build the deal. In order to make ends meet down the road, even though there'd be no obligation on the bond or anything to us, would we possibly be looking at higher booking fees or any of that kind of a thing for the
Oh,
use of the jail?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. Right now, what we're looking at is a 10% match on a large grant from the state of California to come in to pay most of it. The 10% local match, we're looking at having jail impact fees being the funding source for that. And if jail impact fees are insufficient, then the county's going to have to make up that difference.
Okay.
Are all your pods currently being used to house inmates now?
All right.
All your pods?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we have a 614-bed facility, and as you know from your work on the grand jury, our operational capacity is about 590. We've been operating at over 600 for the last year, so we are using every single bed every day.
And what are your planned expansion? What is your population? What are you planning for?
So if the state continues go down the road that they did in SB 1022, if they use that model, then we would have to build the number of beds that were set forth in the jail needs assessment that we recently had completed. So the project that we were looking at under SB 1022 would have resulted in the construction of a new standalone 256-bed facility, both with high security housing units or cells, as well as programming space. And so that would have added to our existing facility.
Thank you.
Greg?
So you say there's a 10% matching. Don't want to get into all that, but so is there a sunset to this? In other words, if you reach that 10%, are we done with that fee and it comes off then?
Actually, they're going to want the 10% paid up front. So what we're going to structure is an internal loan, and to provide the cash. The state wants the cash up front for that 10% match, but we need a funding source to pay back that internal loan, and that's what we're looking for a development impact.
How long is that?
It depends on the amount of development throughout the county, and it certainly depends on whether that only comes from the unincorporated area, or if we get that kind of partnership we're seeking from the towns and the cities. It could be anywhere from 7 years to maybe 20 years if it was county development only.
And how are the other jurisdictions, are they buying into this?
Yeah, so we've got staff support at all levels. This is the first time we've come to a council where we're here. And I believe after this, we'll be going to the City of Chico Council and probably the City of Oroville after that. At this point, we've had great support to bring all these discussions to the governing bodies.
All right, and then, now, before I jump in and ask some questions, anybody else? Oh, it's okay. So you answered my question about the other cities, and so what happens if some of the other cities decide not to support this, and Paradise is the only city that steps up to the plate and says, yes, we'll help you with jail impact fees. You still go forward?
Yeah, we still go forward because it's a critical need. The fact of the matter is, capacity. We have to build capacity in our facility. As well, and it's a situation we've been dealing with this for since 2011 when had some great programs and successes. Ultimately, we need to continue pushing forward. Find a way.
We don't have a plan B right now, but we'll have to come up with one because it's critical. I know the law enforcement agencies throughout the county, I'm sure here too, are frustrated with the short stays, and we know that as population grows, that's just going to get worse. So we've got to find a way to expand. Yeah.
We understand about the revolving door. We've done a ride-along where, transported somebody to the jail on the beginning of a shift that I rode along on, and 4.5 hours later, 5 hours later, arrested them a second time in town that already returned and reoffended. That in our police department.
And won't you, is the same way the state's been dealt with the federal courts and the prison system, the overcrowding just can't go on. Eventually, they'll mandate you release people, which again creates a big problem on every local street.
Let me address it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we already have a court-ordered population cap in place. It's been in place for many, many years. But we do run the risk of falling into the same trap as the state did if we don't address the issue and we don't build in capacity and then the right kind of facilities. Older portion of the jail, as I told you, it's an older portion of the jail. Bars, there's a lot of threats or potential problems. There's higher risk of suicide. So we need to deal with that. So ultimately, if we can build a kind of system that mitigates our potential exposure to those liabilities, it's going to save all the guys.
Then the other question was, a few years ago, we were housing federal inmates there, which was when we had the space, and it was quite lucrative.
It was.
Is that being done anymore? Okay. All right. I want to make sure people, I knew that it wasn't being done, but I wanted to make sure that people know that we're not housing those federal inmates and kicking the local guys out.
It was very lucrative, and it helped the county through a very difficult financial period. And it's certainly nice to have revenue, but not only state standpoint, continue to justify selling beds and putting them. We no longer sell beds to the feds. We use those beds.
Questions. I wanted to ask the police chief if she can come up for a moment and just give us an idea of how many customers her department takes down there to Corey and his
Mr.
people.
Mayor and members of council, I do have that information. And I want to say that in 2012, we had 2,092 arrests. And in 2013, we had an increase of 17%. So that brought us to 2,443 arrests. A percentage of that, maybe 10%, are cited out in the field or at the station. So maybe 200 did not go to the jail. However, you still have 2,200 people, offenders, that have been taken to jail. Unfortunately, some of these people are released by no fault of the sheriff department, just there's no room at the inn, and either the same day or the next day, and they reoffend. So it is my opinion, and I support the sheriff's department to do anything possible to try to resolve this issue to keep the town safe.
Thank you, Chief. Anybody questions for the chief from the council?
Now, Corey, if you'd offer us like free transportation to the jail, like I'm sure it would go a long way. I just had to say it publicly.
Can we run a BCAG bus service? They are citizens, can't we?
Bail
They
bus.
just pick up
We
in
could do
Chico
pickups.
and Oroville and,
It might be a good selling point as you go to the other jurisdictions.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Well, this is something that, obviously, we can't take any action on it tonight, but I think if we would, if council is agreeable, we can bring it back. I know somebody's got to be first in the county to do this. Paradise is often, and most usually, on the cutting edge of doing. Up here on high, we can do that. Yeah. So,
You can put it on the February agenda?
would you like it on the February agenda to?
Yes.
To, okay.
Further discussion.
To further discuss it, take action. One of the things, that I was concerned with is, we don't do a lot of new home construction, and hopefully that, that changes, and we have lots of coming, but I hate to make anybody have to drive down to Oroville to pay that fee. I know that we do that with the school district. Well, it's not too tough to go over to the school district office and write them the check. But if we're going to do it, I would hope we would consider, allowing them to give us the check to send down there so that somebody doesn't have to.
I think that's a great, I think that's a great idea. But I really would like, maybe we could because it's a while, right, and you're going to loan yourself the money to do the deal with the state. Okay, so we could hold those fees in a special account and collect interest on them until such time as we need to release them, if we have any, that is, and then we could be a win-win, you know what I mean?
I just thought you'd have a drop box down there at the jail, and we'll give it to our officers. They can just go drop the check off when they're at the jail. I mean,
I think
Okay.
I found that, those are details, we all.
yeah,
Bring that back.
we're getting into details. Okay, all right. Any other questions? Any questions, manager? Okay, all right. Thank you. Did you have anything else to add?
Would you need us to come back?
It might be helpful for at least one of you to come back. Our next council meeting would be on February 11th.
Wouldn't it, if we're going to agendize that, wouldn't it be okay to, because there's got to be some next steps or some plan outline or something?
Yeah.
Maybe the staffs
I think
could work
staff
together,
can,
so that we have something
work
to
out
talk
an
about,
agreement.
concrete.
Yeah. And I would be, if we need a committee or something to meet beforehand of a council member with staff and with county staff, anybody interested in?
We had a meeting prior with the mayor and with the staff, so
Okay.
I think
All
we're
right.
ready to bring it to the council,
John's
actually.
happy to help with that. I'm happy to help with that if that's necessary, if that's okay with the council. Okay.
Further item away from the jail.
Thank you all very much for your
Okay.
support. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your service. Okay, now, moving right along. We are into, we have no items deferred from our previous meeting, so we have our consent calendar. Item 3, one roll call vote will be taken on all items placed on the consent calendar. Do we have any cards, Madam Clerk?
No cards?
We have no cards on the consent calendar. Anybody in the audience want to talk about anything from item 3I to 3A? See, any questions from the council?
Move we approve it.
Second it?
Motion and second, roll call, Madam Clerk?
And that's a motion by Titus with a second by Bolin, and the roll call vote, Vice Mayor Bolin,
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton,
Aye.
Councilmember Rawlings,
Aye.
Councilmember Titus,
Aye.
Mayor Lauter.
Aye. All right.
Mayor Lauter, I'd like to just make a special announcement about the Community House, Loretta Griffin and Jeff Rolls, who did donate some items to the town.
Do you want to
It's just a
illuminate us more?
nice, it's just a nice acknowledgement to
Yes.
them and to thank them for their donations, their generous time and donations of money for the town.
The community house on Almond Street continues to be a wonderful resource to our very stretched budget. So thank you to them,
The
and thank you to
community
Jeff.
house donated $600 to the animal control operation, and Jeff Rolls of Jeff Rolls Logging donated $382 to the tree replacement fund.
Outstanding. I know that outside, I'll point it out since it really isn't on the agenda, but we have our new to us bucket truck out there, and we also have our new street sweeper out there with our town label, the stickers on the side. So thank you, Paul, for getting those set up, and hopefully we'll have a chance to look at them. Those replaced, well, we got rid of an old street sweeper that was a diesel and didn't comply with current pollution rules, and our really old boom truck was a challenge. It was at least a two-man operation to use it at any time, and more than that, but the sweeper will really help us help the Public Works crew. We often have to sweep up after we do sanding operations when it's icy and snowy out, and so that will allow us to do that, and we won't have to lease a truck, and they're both gasoline operated, so we're not going to get into the situation that we have our diesel vehicle. So, okay, so moving right along, we'll hit public hearings. And item 4 on the agenda packet will illuminate you on how the public hearing process works, and we do have one tonight, 5A, where we will conduct the first of 2 public hearings on the town's community development block grant funding for the 2014-2015 program year, and solicit input and public comments. So, Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a first public hearing of we'll have 2 on the annual plan, which actually is the budget for the Community Development Block Grant funding for the 2014-15 program year. Last year, the town was awarded $159,000. We have not yet received notification from HUD about our entitlement, but we are awaiting that. So in the meantime, what we would like to do is just open the public hearing, see if there is any input from the public and/or from the council, and we will put that into our plan and bring that to the council probably in February.
Okay,
Or
so
March.
now I will hereby open the public hearing on our community development block grants. Do we have anybody that wants to talk about it? Probably nobody really knows what they need to talk about other than Kate Anderson back there, who
Well, I did receive some input earlier before the meeting from Dan Wetland. The senior center is interested in putting in an application, so that's great. We'll accept that when the time comes.
Oh, and Stan, did you have something you want to offer? You need to come forward and step up to the microphone so everybody can see you on camera and we can hear you.
Is there some other alternative? We can't hire more police when we don't have that kind of money. You know, that's the problem. But is there possible that we got an insurance guy here. Anyway, is there possible that we could use cameras, take pictures of these people speeding, like they're going like 50 miles an hour down Skyway? I almost got hit 2 or 3 times. Now, we don't have enough police to take care of this thing. Could we use cameras and take a picture of them speeding, then turn it in to their insurance company, or put it on the internet to show their names and their numbers of speeding, and then their insurance company would be on their butt? Thank you.
And Did you have a card turned in on this item?
Not on this
Not on
item.
this item,
No, sir.
okay. Anybody else? And if you want to come forward, just come forward, state your name for the record. And for those of you, if you're interested in the community development block grant process and what qualifies and what you have to do and how it can be used, there's very strict guidelines. That's available, I believe, on our town website or by contacting the manager's office or Kate Anderson in our housing office. Yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself for the record and fire away.
Sarah Bates. Pleasant experience yesterday. Block grant process. Say that I think they have a very difficult issue. I've been an advocate, hoping my voice would be here for access in walking, and for those of us, I use very frustrating to had a former mayor tell me move out of town. Get a sneak preview. Find from Lauren that you've done an ability assessment and have an engineer really listen. The block grant's a little different than what I came here. All of you that have worked in what I think is an incredibly positive direction.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else in the audience? All right, with that, and I will close this public hearing. There will be another one, date to be announced, probably at our next regular council meeting in February. So,
I have a question. Are we appointing, like last year, a subcommittee? to
We
do
will do that at the next meeting.
okay. So, let me go back to the... Take any...
No action.
We don't really need to take any action, so, okay,
Getting
so the
close
next
to-
item on our agenda is public communication, and this is the time for members of the audience who've completed a request to address council card and given it to the clerk may present items not on the agenda. Comments should be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes duration, and please note that the council is prohibited by state law from taking action on any item presented if it is not listed on the agenda. Have any cards?
I have 3 cards. The first card is from Ward Haverhill.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, Madam Manager. Let me speak on behalf of the Paradise Garden Club first. It was an incredible year for daffodils. We had another 10,000 planted this year, but something entirely opposite of previous years where most of the bulbs went to Garden Club members, their friends, neighbors, etc. Over 6,000 of them went to public areas this year. And I'd also like special thanks to Paul Durr, who planted over 1,000 of them with his own personal effort. That's pretty incredible, to finish the Memorial Trail below Neil. That's really going to be impressive. We also covered several other public areas where we had not planted before. If you're interested in which ones those are, read the back page of the current newsletter of the Paradise Garden Club. Just check it out on their website. It's pretty cool. What we're going to try and do is find a more circular path for visiting the town of Paradise. So next year, there will be more concentration, less on Skyway, less on Clark, and more on Pearson. We have a pathway now. You know, you have the parks. We've got Aquatic Park, Billy Park, the dog park. We've got a large planting at PID and several other places along Skyway and Clark, even Cobblestone. So it's kind of neat to see how many new places we've added this year. Next year, we're going to be concentrating on Pearson. So if you do business with anybody on Pearson, you might remind them that their property would look better if they were blooming daffodils in the spring. I know. You know, I got to put a little plug in there. Remember, though, that we do this because it's part of town beautification. It's good for how we look. You know, Curb Appeal, that show, the Curb Appeal really helps our town. We have some things that are detrimental, like you got to get rid of that broken down Chinese fast food place at the corner of Clark and Wagstaff. There's no room, there's no dirt there. I can't plant daffodils. But the rest of the town is looking pretty good. We're going to do it again next year.
we do appreciate the town's support, and especially that of Paul Durr. So I just wanted to get that out. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a big empty red dirt field next to the PPAC.
You got a shovel? I'll come help you. Okay, but we're all out this year.
My next card is from Tom Kelly.
Good evening. I want to bring up an issue regarding, I'm on Fire Safe Council. We spent a whole day with Butte Fire Safe Council and Paradise Fire Safe Council. This is an unusual season, and we never ended the fire season last year. The thing is that we're ramping up already. The CAL FIRE started building up their staff and manning several stations where they've never done this time of year before. We've been working on mapping where the Scotch broom concentrations were throughout the town, and I just wanted to call attention to the fire season is still on, and it's upon us right now. So we're trying to bring Fire on the Ridge, the event, closer, set it up as soon as we can, because everybody needs to know what to do. It's probably about one of the driest years since about 1976 up here on the ridge, and we've already they're already experiencing house fires, and this wildland fires are the big issue. One good thing though is that the CCC has received several grants, and they are working on our major roadways, and you'll see it out there where they're clearing the major roadways. So there's a lot of things happening, but it's just time for everybody to get ramp up and be aware of the fire season. Thank you.
Next card.
The last card is from Stan McKitchen.
I'm along the same line he is, and I've handed out things that we have got a real problem with this fire thing, and none of it, only some of it has been taken care of. What I get from the people that the two meetings one meeting they wouldn't give me the address, the fire department or the fire safe people, they wouldn't give me the phone number or the address, so I had to come to the town to get it, and I don't think that's cooperation. But anyway, they said that they don't have the funding. So we got to work out some kind of funding that we can get this bush cut. Now the main thing is, just to give you an example, if you go along any road, you'll see bush all the way. The property's there, property here, that bush, and that's exactly where the fire is going to go. If you've ever fought a forest fire, which I have, it'll go right up that thing, and it's not cut, it's not done anything. Can't we do something? Can we get the high schools involved, and they would get a credit for doing it? Or can we get it on your insurance, this fellow, to see if we can get it on your insurance policy of maybe an extra $50 a year to have that stuff done? Now, old people do not have the money to pay contractors to come in and pay those outrageous prices. That's a racket as far as I'm concerned. And we got to do something, and it's very, very serious. Now, if any one of you guys, you got all these brains up here that I finished the 6th grade, and I'm coming up with this stuff. You guys must be able to do a little better than that. But anyway, what we got to do is come up with a group, get together of private citizens, not part of the bureaucracy, and let's have people go around and show people what is wrong with their bush. For instance, the worst one is, here you got a fence, right? Here's a house, and the fences you got trees growing there, you got bushes, because they don't want to see their neighbors out swimming with no clothes on. So you have these, but that is only 15 feet from the house. That stuff burns, the fence don't burn. That bush has got to be cut, because that's a definite, it's just like a fire hose of gasoline. The fire will go right up that thing. So I don't know, I'm just suggesting, but this year is real bad, and the reason I'm doing this, I might be dead next year, and I will go to heaven, and God will say, You didn't do anything for Paradise about taking care of the fire. You pulled the lever, I'm down the dumper. So I want to make out. I got enough things against me now.
All right, thank you, Stan.
Thank you. Well, just, if they want to get a hold of me anytime, I'm available most of the time when I'm not sleeping. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, no other cards. Anybody else in the public want to bring anything forward on public communication? Seeing none, we'll close public communication. Move on to item 7A, council consideration. Consider acknowledging the transportation and safety study prepared by Traffic Works for the Downtown Paradise Safety Project along Skyway between Vista Way and Elliott Road, and then ultimately authorizing staff to proceed with final design and public outreach plan.
Thank you. This exciting presentation will be presented by Mark Maddox, our town engineer, and also Lauren Chilson of Traffic Works.
Tonight we are here to present a feasibility and design update along with the transportation and safety study which Traffic Works has prepared for our Downtown Paradise Safety Project. A quick background, this project originated through the development of the Butte County Association Government's partnership with the Town of Paradise to study the Skyway corridor. The purpose of this study was to take a look at the existing use of this corridor and its adjacent land use and lane configurations to determine if Skyway was being used in the best manner as possible to serve the community's objectives. In 2012, the Town of Paradise submitted a grant application through the Highway Safety Improvement Program, which is a federal aid grant administered by the State Department of Transportation for a program which takes actual collision data and assigns to projects for safety benefits. So we submitted that grant application in July 2012, and it was awarded for a $1.025 million project in October of 2012. Next, last April, Council authorized staff to begin preliminary engineering and finalize the funding agreement between the Town of Paradise and Caltrans. Finally, in September, town staff and Town of Paradise contracted with Traffic Works to take a second look at Skyway, specifically between the limits of Vista Way and Elliott Road, and look at the traffic flow and our proposed project and how that would exactly work out. So our objectives of tonight's presentation is to take a look at the current conditions and collision data on Skyway, and also talk about our proposed project and conclude with our next steps and schedule. Our project limits are on Skyway between Pearson Road and Elliott Road. In addition, we have a small project area near Town Hall. So to describe our existing conditions, we take a look at what's available and what is currently going on a day-to-day basis. We have a fixed 60-foot road width. We have required on-street parking for the downtown business corridor. We have 20,000 vehicles per day. We have multiple 4-lane crosswalks, and this is all summing up to the highest collision concentration in the Town of Paradise. In addition, the specific section between Pearson and Elliott has no turn lane, and we have a quick video which kind of demonstrates what we all know. When you are traveling southbound or northbound in the number 1 lane and you are waiting to make a left-hand turn, you begin waiting in the through lane. You'll see this silver car waiting to turn left. They essentially, that through lane becomes a turn lane and blocks traffic for an extended period of time. And when that happens, we have seen a high concentration of rear-end collisions and sideswipe same-direction collisions. And I'll touch bases on that a little bit further in the presentation. So moving forward, the collision history, we're taking a look at 2 different segments on our project areas. The first I'll touch on is near Town Hall. We have had 3 pedestrian fatalities in the last 3 years. And so this is a part of the project that we're looking to address and see if there's any safety improvements that can be made. Secondly, the downtown corridor between Pearson and Elliott has had 90 injury collisions between 2002 and 2011. Looking at that data, we found that the highest number of collisions are, of course, rear-end collisions, and that's a direct correlation between the lack of a turn lane. Secondly, we found that almost 50% of all the collisions are due to unsafe speed, again highlighting another problem. Next, our looking at what the collision involved, a motor vehicle involved with pedestrian, other motor vehicle, parked motor vehicle or bicycle. And while 72 were involved with other motor vehicles, 10 of the 90 injury collisions in this period involved a pedestrian or bicyclist. And to me, that does not represent what we're looking for in the downtown pedestrian-friendly shopping environment we're trying to promote. So again, recent downtown collision data on a separate database, looking at injuries and non-injuries in the last 2 years, kind of an update to what's available on the statewide transportation injury mapping system. We found that Paradise Police Department reported 43 total total collisions in this 2-year period. 22 of them, again, were unsafe speed. And even as late as last October 23rd, we had a collision reported in the Paradise Post about the same example of the problem we're trying to highlight. Somebody stopped in the number 1 lane blocking, and there's either a rear end accident or a side swipe same direction. So moving forward, having an understanding of our current conditions, I want to highlight the HSIP grant award. We used this actual collision data between 2006 and 2010, secured the $1 million grant using 3 different countermeasures, and this is where our proposed project design comes in. We are proposing to convert Skyway between Pearson Road and Elliott Road from a 4-lane section to a 3-lane section, and what that means will be a 1 lane in each direction with a center turn lane. The second countermeasure we're proposing is to coordinate the 2 signals at Pearson Road and Elliott Road. And finally, our last countermeasure is the enhanced pedestrian crosswalks with pedestrian bulb outs and refuge islands in front of Town Hall, flashing beacons, some sort of enhanced measure to allow pedestrians to indicate motorists that they're intending to cross the road. This grant was awarded last October and has a 10% match requirement, which was budgeted into the 2013-14 Town of Paradise budget. So looking at this project, we have 4 distinct project priorities: pedestrian safety, motorist safety, traffic operations, and level of service. We need to implement a project that is prudent and efficient, moving that volume of traffic. And the final component, which isn't directly related to the grant, is the downtown revitalization. This could be the first in an effort to completely transform or turn around the downtown, or maybe to serve as a catalyst to a better investment in the pedestrian shopping environment that we're looking for in this section. The first priority I'd like to highlight is pedestrian safety. Specifically in front of Town Hall, we are proposing to construct ADA-compliant ramps, a pedestrian refuge median island, and install rectangular rapid flashing beacons at 3 locations. Here's a current picture which we have modified to show a kind of a conceptual design. We'd have a median island in the middle of the road, which a pedestrian could use to cross the street 1/2 at a time. This would allow a safer travel, and rather than trying to coordinate clearing 4 lanes at once, really necking that down to 2 and making 2 separate crossing decisions. Next, talking about the downtown, we have a quick little cross section here, kind of near Honey Run Road, where it shows the pedestrian bulb outs on each side, reducing the crossing distance and most importantly, increasing visibility for pedestrians looking across the street with motorists and oncoming traffic. Second, we have found that beacons can increase yield rates. The crash reduction factor for this countermeasure of enhanced crosswalks is up to 35%. So we can take a look at what we've had and see if 35% of those crashes could have been prevented or affected in a good way. When we only have 1 lane to cross in each direction, it eliminates the dual threat potential. And what I mean by dual threat is when we have 2 lanes in each direction, there's potential for the 2 vehicles in the same direction to block or obstruct the view of the pedestrian crossing the road. Next, moving forward to motorist safety, here's a snapshot of a kind of light traffic moment on Skyway to take this picture. Our proposed design would have 1 lane in each direction with the center turn lane. We actually found that looking at this design, we could increase on-street parking. In addition, we'd have a buffer for parallel parking with a reduced number of lanes. We'd have an available turn lane, excuse me, so you could make turns in 2 stages. improving access to local businesses and destinations. Here's an example of what we kind of showed already, where a vehicle is waiting to turn left, and we have two vehicles approaching the same direction. Two collision types again. One is the rear end collision, and the second is the side swipe, same direction. And so those are the types of collisions that we're looking to prevent and reduce in the downtown corridor. On top of that, here's a graphic that really represents, in a nutshell, how effective this reduction in lanes is as far as preventing collisions. We go from 8 collision conflict points at a 4-lane undivided intersection to 4. And again, collision conflicts in a mid-block at any given point in this corridor, there are 6 different potential conflict types, and with a 3-lane layout, that is reduced to 3. One of the side benefits of this funneling of traffic to one lane is we can thoroughly expect slower speeds in the downtown, and we know that that is an important business aspect as well as a safety aspect. We also have coordinated with police and fire for how this project would impact emergency response, and we both gained the support from CAL FIRE and Paradise Police that this will be a much better situation for emergency response. It keeps the flexibility to use the center turn lane for responding to a call, or even setting up multiple lanes in each direction for emergency evacuation. So next, I'm going to introduce Lauren Chilson with Traffic Works, and again, he was brought on board to take a second look at the downtown corridor and traffic and how this project would potentially impact the town of Paradise.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I want to expand just a little bit on the traffic analysis that we've been preparing and talk a little bit about some of the strategies that we can utilize to project a success. As Mark had noted, the previous study that was performed, CAG, was back in 2009. The town asked that we refresh that study a little bit now that we're on it, excuse me, and provide some additional details and analysis that might So we go through an engineering process. It includes collecting new traffic volumes, discussing how those volumes could change over time. Would they grow? Would they stay the same? What it might look like in the future if we built this project? Evaluate level of service and delay, which are how we measure traffic operations. Talk about queue lengths, which is how vehicles might stack back from signals. It's important that we look at streets, how traffic might come up with lane configurations. This is how do we transform the intersections to fit with the 3-lane cross-section that Mark has already described. Finally, how can we use the signal phasing and coordination to make traffic flow better than it is today, or at least that was our task. Back in October, we collected new traffic volume information on Skyway, by laying hose counters across the road that collect daily traffic, but also we conducted intersection turning movement counts at all the major intersections between Neal and Bill. A couple key to point out. One is the approximately 20,000 daily trips through the downtown segment. And then north of Wagstaff, you have about, round numbers, 11,000. The takeaway here is that about half of the traffic is actually from the upper ridge. It's not really associated with the town proper. Those are traffic volumes commuting between the upper ridge. On the right, you'll see some traffic volume turn movements. Way here is, as you're well aware, the strong directionality that occurs in the AM and PM peak period. Huge southbound movement towards Chico, and the reverse in the PM, everybody's headed back up to the upper ridge, and that's a common knowledge here, but it's very directional, and that's actually a benefit in that we can time traffic signals to manage that. It's easier than when you have a balanced flow both directions. It's actually a good thing. I did mention the possibility of traffic growth and what should we be looking at in the future. Well, over the last 5 to 10 years, traffic volumes really have not grown. That's evident from traffic volume counts that Butte County can stable, and their travel demand model for the future also shows no growth north of Elliott. It shows some growth, maybe 3 to 13% south of Pearson. So we've said, well, let's at least be conservative, use good judgment, and we'll assume that perhaps a 10% growth could occur even through the downtown corridor, which I think may be just slightly high. But it's a fair assumption, and we should consider what it might look like in the future. So we've used about a 10% growth rate. So what should the intersections look like as we move cross-section? And we need a base point for our analysis. We have to analyze something, so we have to make some early estimations of, well, these lane configurations we believe would be best. And I want to point out just a couple things, and Mark, maybe you can help me. First, at Elliott, we would convert the existing channelized right turn lane to a free right turn lane. That's possible now because there would only be one northbound through lane. That's a little bit of enhancement there, and then perhaps we can move to the slide. At Pearson, we have a similar opportunity, I guess, in that the outside northbound lane could be converted to a right turn only lane. That's already a very heavy movement. A lot of folks move to Pearson, and so that's a natural flow, but if it creates a way to actually that it is worth noting the Pearson leg there, the westbound movement, would retain the two lefts that are there today. So what did we find when we applied existing traffic volumes to those configurations? Well, all the study intersections would operate at LOSD or better. Level of service is the way we describe the quality of traffic flow. It's letter grades A through F, very similar to the grades you got in school. A is great, F is not so great. Town's policy is LOSD or better, which is consistent through most communities. That's nothing unusual. We can achieve that. In fact, Pearson and Elliott would both function at level service C during both the AM and PM. There would be some modest increases in delay at those intersections because there is slightly less capacity with the road. And with the 10% growth that I've already mentioned, we would still achieve an acceptable level of service. So that's good as well. So that's part of the picture. That's the delay part of it. Now what about the queuing? How would vehicles stack back if there's fewer lanes to travel in? Well, we run a detailed simulation model that looks at that, and I'll show you some videos in just a minute. But the highlights are, as you would expect, you can expect longer queues northbound in the PM period of very heavy movement coming down from Chico in the afternoon. You could see queues that are on the order of 800 feet long. That would be most of the way back to Black Olive. There's reduced capacity, and that would be the case. But it's important to point out with the signal timing that we're planning to use, the majority of that queue, although very long, would still move through in one cycle length. That would not occur during the very peak 15 minutes of the day, perhaps sitting in a second cycle lane for those who arrive very late in that queue. But for the most part, it clears, and you'll see that in the simulation. The rest of the queues really are pretty manageable, and nothing that really gets my hair up. The hackles up. I don't have any of this hair anymore. But off-peak hours, really no significant queuing issues would be anticipated, and I'll show you a simulation for that as well. Here they are. So the first one is the peak 15 minutes looking at Pearson, and this is that where we see the largest queue.
This is speeded up to what speed, Mark?
This is 4 times actual speed so that we're not here all night watching the cars just poke along.
Although that car in the left lane, that's Dan Wentland.
And Mark, if you'll remember to point out that vehicle that's at the very back of the queue.
Sure. I believe it's this van.
Where does everybody jam over to the right lane and the left?
Anywhere along that full long Well, those 4 lanes continues from the south. Be able to move that lane anywhere down the road.
Yeah, you can turn lane at Black Olive, you know, and, yeah.
Right.
And just cruise right on down.
Right, the turn lane could be that full block length as you mentioned. Second video is the off-peak period. We're going to look at both Pearson and Elliott, and you'll see that there's
So what is the level of service then during the off-peak hours? You said during the peak hours it was C. What is it during the off-peak?
we found that the volumes are really about 70% peak. So it would be on a very good level of service C. Still the same because there's a broad range within C. But well in some
So if you were making that trip on in the new part of the downtown where you have one lane each way with this reduced configuration, what's the increase in the travel time from Pearson to Elliott?
I'm going to cover that. If you
Oh, okay, if it's
more
late.
slides.
Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
it's coming right up.
Okay, good.
Okay, so we've talked about queuing at the major intersections. What about the side streets, the stop controls like Foster and Honey Run? Well, turning into those streets would be easier because now there's the center turn lane where you can sit and wait as opposed to in the fast lane. Traffic focused into one lane instead of two, though, there will be fewer gaps in that traffic through the downtown section. That makes sense. But that's offset by the ability to make what we call a two-stage left turn. That here, hopefully. So suppose we're in Foster, which is right here. We can make part one of that two-stage turn, which is just crossing one lane of traffic and sitting in the center median. Second stage is actually merging other movement. Today you have to cross all of that at once, and that's difficult to find a gap and dangerous because of the dual threat that we've talked about. So this is actually a simpler movement, offsets the reduction in capacity in it. So it's sort of a net wash.
I agree with that, but do your studies show that there will be a longer line? I mean, instead of two lanes where you can be side by side, now you've got them back to back. So getting that gap to go across seems like it's going to be a lot more difficult.
More challenging. Good part is, I tried to pull out of town hall a few minutes ago, and you wait and wait and wait because you have to wait for a gap in both directions
Right.
to happen. All 4 lanes have to have a gap essentially to pull out. This, yes, there are fewer gaps, but the net effect may not be all that different because you can actually do it in 2 parts. Yes, there are fewer gaps, absolutely, but is an opportunity to do it in 2 stages.
And signal timing will take care of some of that?
In part, it will create some gaps as it does today. And you see those gaps.
There's
Traffic cycles.
no signalization figure between Pearson and Elliott. There's nothing.
Right.
The breaks in traffic would be created by pedestrian crossings, folks making or slowing down to make the right turn. Signal coordination encompasses 2 parts. One, adjusting how much green time is allocated to each movement. Skyway will get a much larger proportionate green time than it has today. Side streets will get about the same time as what they have today. Part 1 is optimizing that. Part 2 is coordinating the 2 signals, which says if I arrive at the stop bar at Pearson, I have to sit at the red. By the time I get to Elliott, going northbound, I want a green, and I'm going to get a green. So are the next 20 cars behind me, stopping twice as happens today. Those are the keys to the success of this project and what we are working on.
Isn't that ability and that technology and all available now currently with the current street configuration? And if we were to do that, wouldn't it improve our traffic without any other changes?
Certainly it would.
So that's something we could do just to make it better.
Sure, yeah. You asked about travel times. So here's how we do it. And keep in mind, these are from Neil all the way to Billy. It accounts for every vehicle that enters at Neil on the through movement and goes all the way through the corridor. For simulation methods, we use 5 samples or 5 runs. We average those. Is for the peak hour, so you're seeing an average of 5 different runs in the peak hour. Differences here, I was surprised when I was not. We're talking about 1 to 3% increases in total travel. That was signal timing. You might ask, well, how did it go down by 11 seconds southbound of the AM? That's a peak. Why does it go up 13 seconds in the northbound PM? So you're seeing part of that there. All in all, a 1 to 3% change in travel time over that distance is, I've already talked about it, about 30 seconds. So what are the grand conclusions? Well, acceptable level of service can be maintained, will increase during AM and PM peak. Longest queue could occur northbound at Pearson, and it could go back as far as Black Olive during the peak conditions. Rest of the day, that's not going to happen, and it's going to look like it does today. Optimized signal timings will generally clear those queues, even when they develop to be long. We have so much green time on Skyway now that queue is generally. And ultimately, this is a safety project. Accidents, we've seen that data. I've heard over and over, we've got to do something about the speeding. This is a concern. And ultimately, this project accomplishes those safety goals while maintaining acceptable traffic flows. That was the grand conclusion of our study and what we presented back to Hicks and the town staff. I'll be here for questions immediately after.
Sure. Thank you, Lauren. So we'll go and move this presentation to the final component about the downtown revitalization. Looking at Skyway, what it is today, and looking at this alternative, it really becomes a community decision on what do we see Skyway serving in our downtown. What's our vision, and how can we provide the best use for this section of road? Again, for aiding this revitalization effort, we can improve pedestrian and vehicular access, making safer movements more possible, increase public parking. We actually did a survey of available on-street parking as it lies today with the multiple crosswalks and many red curbs. Well, when we take away a few crosswalks, reduce the lanes to 3, and add the bulb outs to remove some of that red curb, we can actually increase parking, on-street parking, by 130%. So that's a definitely bonus for the businesses who are always saying that parking is a huge priority in the downtown. We can definitely expect the slower travel speeds that we've been talking about this evening, hopefully to achieve the ultimate goal of creating a pedestrian, shopping-friendly environment. Again, to kind of close on this topic, we're looking for this project to be a public investment in the downtown, which could serve as a catalyst to private investments and revitalization. Again, I'll turn it back to Lauren because he has some experience working on a very comparable project in Nevada, which kind of aided the revitalization effort.
Return for me here. The other day I related a story to Mark, and I'll just share it with you as well because it's one of the positive stories that kind of makes you well, some of your opinions, I suppose. It made me rethink some of mine. 10 years ago, I had an opportunity to work on a project in Reno, very, very, very similar to this, except that it was my very first one, and it was the city of Reno's very first one. But it was this project almost identical, and so that's why I bring this one to you, even though it's out of state and all that stuff. Wells Avenue carried 18,000 daily trips. It was a 4-lane road, and it looked exactly like the same highway through the downtown. Shops were getting boarded up, and there was for lease signs everywhere, and the city said, we have to do something, or we will have a completely vacant street. So, what can we do? Well, the first thing we have to do is calm traffic because the highway. So, what about a 3-lane cross-section? And people said, no way. Traffic. And, well, I'm not so sure. I'll go out on a limb and say I think it will work. And let's do it. And let's implement some things like streetlights and trees and bulb outs, just like we are doing with this project, and high visibility crosswalks, and some landscape medians that create gateways, and do some things that make this thing look a little bit better. And let's see what happens. So we did, and I'll fast forward 5 years. We did an after study. Here it is. I unfortunately wasn't able to do this. One of my competitors did, actually the university did, and so it's not even me that's presenting these results. But here's what they found. 30% reduction in crashes. No effect, essentially no effect on level of service. The traffic volumes only decreased a little bit. Just a few people moved off it because they didn't want to travel time. Speed reduction of 5 to 9 miles per hour. I said 5 to 9. That's hard data that was a result of that project. Fast forward, and by the way, the revitalization is a key part of this, and why we're talking about it here. Because in about 5 years, you started seeing the for lease signs disappearing. By 2013, later, these young gals started a restaurant in what had been a horribly dilapidated laundry building. A brick building that actually had kind of good bones, but was just ugly. And I bring it up as a point of momentum. Well shown that public investment street fuels private investment. Yeah, that particular business, it took them 10 years to figure that out. But it started well before them. It started in about 5. Those guys are doing very well, and they're very happy to be there, and it started something else. There's now what they call West of Wells, a community group that started just grassroots because of people wanting to revitalize that street. As they saw the momentum, they wanted to be part of it. So I guess I ask you tonight, that's something like what you want on Skyway, and those are the decisions you get to make over time, but perhaps this can be the first step to that type of thing.
So to conclude our presentation, we'd like to bring it back to council and talk about our schedule and how we propose to proceed. We'd like to move forward with final design over the next 4 months, and at the same time concurrently reach out to any stakeholder and all stakeholders which will listen to our similar presentation that we gave this evening. Also, we propose to keep a council running agenda item to allow for public input on this decision, and hopefully bring it back to council in May, looking for permission to advertise and hopefully construct later this summer. So again, tonight we're asking council to acknowledge the transportation and safety study and authorize staff to proceed with public outreach and final design. We really want to thank you for your time and open up to any questions.
Mark, why is it we always see stop, at least around here anyway, because in other communities I've seen it differently, why is it that we just have yellow caution lights and not just red lights when somebody pushes the button they're going across? Just stop the traffic. Right. I mean, we've got all these fancy lights going, and you still take your life in your hands. Why not just make it red? I mean, change the bulb.
Sure. Well, we follow the guidelines provided to us through the State of California Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. They have the pedestrian hawk signal, which actually is a red light, which can be activated by pedestrians. We found that treatment requires a minimum volume of 20 pedestrians in the peak hour crossing the street. And along Skyway, we do not have that volume crossing.
Go ahead.
It's okay. In addition, what's problematic with the hawk treatments is that they add a level of confusion. They have 2 red lights which cycle through a phase of flashing, a yellow light that flashes, and a solid red. And so our opinion and recommendation to council is to move forward with the yield lights, which a pedestrian can use to activate their intent to cross. instead of a treatment that's a little more confusing to understand.
Okay, but even over by the Boys and Girls Club where we have the yellow beacon, it's still dangerous because people don't necessarily, it doesn't get their attention. And people see and understand what a red light means. And look, we've had enough deaths and people hurt in our town, not just here, but, changing the bulb to red at least would give everybody the message, stop. I don't know, if the button, if everything's red and everything's stopped, you don't need to go through the cost of that center island because everything is stopped. I just don't understand why we have to, forget the state. I mean, what their needs are isn't necessarily what we're experiencing in our town. And I'm not saying that to you, I'm just saying,
Sure.
We've got to look at what's best for our community. And frankly, we don't need any more deaths across the street, going across Skyway. And I've seen people walking over by the Boys and Girls Club and cars coming through. And that doesn't work either. Yeah, it gets, it's out there flashing and hopefully it's getting more attention, but I'd rather see the traffic stop. We don't have that many pedestrians. So, who cares about whether it's 20 or 5 if they get across safely? Then it means it's only been pushed 5 times in the day. It's not a big deal.
Right.
That's, I'm just a dad.
No,
I want to see, and I've taken my life going across the street. Nobody wants to do that.
right. I appreciate your input, and we'll bring that back to council at a future meeting.
Okay.
I have an opinion on that as well. I believe that if you put a red stoplight up there, somebody pushes the button that turns red, you're going to increase rear-end collisions. Somebody's going to slam on brakes, next thing you know, you got one eating the other one up. Normally, a yellow flashing light means prepare to stop. It's a caution light. And most people are used to seeing that, at least in crosswalks. I mean, you expect a red, green, and a caution light at a intersection. But I just feel like a red light popping on just like that is going to cause somebody to rear-end somebody else.
That wasn't the suggestion. I mean, the caution light would be there, but the red light stops the traffic, not just hoping they stop.
Well, anyway, I just said my piece. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Greg, couple questions. Streetlights, is that part of the design that you're coming up with also?
Right now, we're working with PG&E to look at installing some crosswalk-specific street lighting. That's a component of the project we want to move forward with. One thing we're dealing with is funding and budget. We fully intend to include, I believe, 3 new street lights, one out in front, and then one at, help me with the street name, Wildwood Lane and Honey Run Road. So those are our 3 identified locations for new street lights, which would hover directly over each crosswalk. But that's a developing item that we'll be continuing to work with as far as design.
Is there a possibility of running electrical for future streetlights so that if we want to in the future have some money, we can, instead of tearing up the road and running electrical, we can have that available? Is that possible?
Yep, that's certainly something we can explore and possibly implement.
At least the conduit, maybe not
Right.
putting the copper in the
Conduit or whatever to get us
Conduit.
prepared so that we can think of that future operation.
Definitely.
The other thing is, you showed a picture of, in front of Town Hall, having a center medium protection.
Correct.
How do you turn into Town Hall with that? Do you move the crosswalk?
Well, the crosswalk can be relocated, but for example, if it was shown, designed exactly how it was shown in that picture, if you were turning left to exit Town Hall, I would recommend using the north driveway, and then if you're turning in, you'd use the south driveway. It's just, as far as being efficient in using that refuge area.
Which is a little backwards from what people are used to, but I
Right.
guess they get used to
And
it.
potentially, in this design process, we can report back on where we landed as far as the appropriate crosswalk
Okay,
location.
that was the question. The other one is, I still feel there's going to be some rather long times of sitting, waiting to turn left, going up Skyway if you're in Honey Run, let's say, or First Street, trying to turn left to go down. Is there thoughts of possibly, with your study, doing no left turn lane? In other words, you can't turn left, you have to go right to get up somewhere and then come back down? Is that something that you're looking at? Because I don't know. for me, it just, I'm not a study expert, but it just seems like those are going to be some real issues.
Right.
And for the record, Lauren Chilson, Traffic Works. The center turn lane is an integral part of the safety because you want to be able to turn off of the street. So I think that would be an element we would keep. It's also part of the basic grant application.
No, I don't mean the center turn lane that way. I'm talking about coming off of, let's say, Honey Run, and not allowing a left turn up Skyway. You have to turn right, go down Skyway. That's what I'm saying.
Mark and I discussed, I guess, turn prohibitions, if you will, right turn only, the possibility of that.
There
I
you
think
go.
that would be best as a next step if it becomes problematic, rather than just doing it from day one.
Okay.
It's something you could do later if necessary. I don't think I would want to do it from just day one.
Some people
Because
might choose
off-peak-
that option because they might not, especially at different times of day.
Exactly.
But I like the fact you're saying that if it appears to be a problem, we're having issues, we can make that change
Now, that can
later.
be done later. I would just hate to see that prohibition in place during off-peak times, 9 o'clock at night.
I agree.
It's easy to make
That's
that
true.
turn. Why prohibit it?
Yeah,
It's
good
just gonna-
point.
People are going to be running and getting tickets.
Good point. Yep, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
Maybe during certain hours.
Buddy?
One of the experiences I have right now with the new left turn lane that we put in up by Terry Ash Park, and where you have, historically, it's been a left turn to get onto Oliver. Now coming down, because there's more room there, I can make a left turn to go into the parking lot at Terry Ash Park. And I nearly had a head-on collision the other day going to work, because there are people trying to get into that lane. And this proposal for this island out here, that same kind of scenario, to get into the, whatever, Calico Kitchen, whatever it is across the street, or to get into here, it just crazy, I think. I think it's going to be a lot of problems. And it's really great. I really like the idea. Everybody didn't like the idea of what we did on Pearson, going from 4 to 2. It's worked well. So I see where it might work really well in the downtown. And example I saw recently is Old Town Road. The advantage they have that we talked about in that study 5 years ago was that there's a bypass if you don't want to go through that, where they narrow it from. It's great what they did there, but there's a bypass to get around that. We don't really have that. And when I asked about how do you get over, you say, oh, well, you start getting over it. You've got an 800-foot line of cars waiting on a light, you're never going to get on the road off of Black Olive. And if you're in that right-hand lane, knowing it's narrowing to 2, we run into that right now when you get up to Black Olive and Pearson, where we've made that a right turn only. So now everybody's got to jam into one. We don't have that much traffic there, but on Skyway we do. And the problem we have, and historically, and why we've had 3 deaths in this area, is people are driving 50, 60 miles an hour out here, uphill and downhill, all the time. And no matter what we do up the hill, it's not going to change what they're doing out here. Island for pedestrian, they're going to go 50 miles an hour out there, So I think there's inherently some of those problems there, and I think that's what we learned on Pearson is a really good example. One of my concerns on the revitalization and development stuff is, and that example looked really good, they have a but the other deal is we did this with some of our, when we had an RDA, and we did some of the, we put in crosswalks that, you can't compare. We put in light posts that, there's a cost on it. We put in tree wells everywhere, some of which there's a maintenance cost. Our revenues have diminished, and our staff has been reduced to absolute skeletal levels. It's great to have tree wells along the sidewalk, and it's great to have all these things, but there's an upkeep value factor. We really need to consider that. It's a maybe we want to do that. And the only other comment, and I'm not against this idea, but the only other comment would be that, let's say that we direct staff to go do that. Let's make it 3 lanes up through the middle of town there. If it doesn't work, how do you undo something like that? You don't have to answer that. I just
Okay.
thought I'd pose that question.
All right. Mark, one of the things I was interested, I know there's, in looking at the plans and a meeting with you prior to this meeting, there are some places where we're going to move some crosswalks and remove some crosswalks. When do you start rolling that out to show what you're talking about doing? Wildwood Lane, for example, where it makes sense, there's about, 3 crosswalks in 150 feet or something there.
Right. That's something we could present in the next council meeting, kind of as we get closer to the final design, and present, where these bulb outs are, where the final crosswalk locations are, and provide more details.
For example, we were talking about Town Hall, and if we're going to put a street light there, you look at where PG&E already has poles that they can put a Cobra head on, and so that might help us decide where we move things, which will make a difference in where an island is placed. And I know up by Les Schwab, you have a crosswalk, everybody's familiar with the one that goes over to B of A from by Les Schwab. And then there's another one in the middle of the block by Coffee's On.
Correct.
And then there's another one, I think there's another one there in the middle of that block.
On the north end, there's those 2, but really on the south end, near Honey Run, we've got a concentration of, I think, 4 or 5 crosswalks within less than 1,000 feet of each other. And so the goal is to reduce it to 4 safe crossings between Pearson and Elliott that are appropriately spaced for businesses and lighting and all considerations.
And I think what that does is that makes it where you're crossing, they're crossing less lanes, which makes it far safer.
Right.
Because the study showed that you're safer jaywalking across 4 lanes of traffic than you are trying to cross 4 lanes of traffic in a crosswalk.
One of the things that, as this plan develops, so what I would suggest, if we have a Facebook page or whatever, or maybe on a web page, as a councilman, I would like to see kind of what's going on, and I'd like the public to have a chance to give input rather than waiting to a public hearing at a council meeting where we got time constraints and everything else, and it's the first time anybody looks at anything. It would be great as you develop those plans that if there's any of the media that we can use, web page or Facebook, where as these ideas are being developed, people can look at what's being talked about and give us feedback, because I think this is a big deal. And I don't know for the 5 of us to just sit here and have a couple of meetings with engineers and people to say, well, yeah, it makes sense to me, because I can buy into, you can convince me something makes sense. But, then, many I'd heard the comments I got on Pearson Road. Fortunately, it proved to be, those people were wrong, and it proved to be right.
We did,
and I think there's a
if I
potential
could.
there, but I just think we would want to really involve the public in whatever way we can to get their feedback. And we know we're going to get negative feedback, and we're going to get positive feedback, but I think try to encourage all the feedback we can get so that when we have to make a decision, or in May or whatever, that we can at least have that. So
Mark and I will be making many presentations to different stakeholders, to businesses, not only...
I want one too. I want to know before the council meeting when you ask me to vote on it. I want to know what's going on.
Well, and here's another thing, is this logo, this Downtown Paradise Safety Project, we do have it on our website and on our town Facebook page, and it is updated, and on our outside bulletin board, and we do send out information on people's iPhones when it's updated. Also, this presentation tonight will be online and in its entirety, so if anyone wants to go back and share that with someone, view it again, all the information, the whole entire thing with the embedded clips will be on the website, correct? Mark? Okay.
But is there a way for people for us, for you, as our staff members and the manager, is there a way for the people, the community, for us to gather their input on these things? It's one thing to put the picture up, here's what we're thinking about, and their only forum is to come here to the meeting and voice their either agreement or disagreement. It would sure be nice for y'all to get some feedback on that. My pet peeves is, I have opinions about things too, other than just being a councilman. Sometimes plans are developed, and we don't have any information about the plan until it's been pretty much finalized. And ask for our blessing on it, and it's like, sometimes you want to say, gee, I don't agree with that there. It doesn't mean you're going to change it, but at least I want the ability to say it.
Right.
I would like the public to have that ability.
Great.
Public has opportunity to give their input at any point in this process or any project that we do, but also they call in on the telephone. telephone, Facebook? They're not shy on Facebook.
If they go on Facebook and they make a comment, the town staff monitors that. They can
We
report
certainly
that.
do. We answer all
They can report
comments.
those concerns here at the meeting. If we're going to have an ongoing agenda item to open up public comment about the downtown safety project, I don't see that as a problem, and I don't think Mark would have a problem with bringing things forward that where questions were asked. Maybe you couldn't answer it on the type it out online, but he can bring the question forward, answer it publicly. They can watch it on our live stream on the website.
Absolutely. And we do give callbacks to most people who leave comments, especially ones that cannot be answered briefly.
Okay, any other comments?
This puts it on next month's agenda, right? It starts the process.
It's an ongoing process. This will be the beginning.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and open this up if anybody in the public wants to come forward and make a comment at this point. Step up to the podium, give your name for the
podium. Thank you very
record.
much, Mr. Mayor. I'll just take a few minutes. I want to refute a point here, and that is that we're looking at an expensive engineering change for a human behavior problem. 75% of what was shown here is unsafe speed and not enough time to brake. Nothing in this proposal educates drivers. And there's no indication that we're going to add more police for traffic patrol to cite people that are doing that. In fact, I'd ask the chief to come up and say, of those 75% of the accidents that were unsafe speed or not enough time to brake, how many were cited? Did they get a big fine? Did that driver learn their lesson, or are they going to do it again? Or the people who jaywalk, do they ever get cited? I see more jaywalking in this town than I do use of the crosswalks. That's wrong. Secondly, I'd like to point out that our company many years ago, when I was the corporate safety director, we had a fleet responsibility with 1,200 employees and 900 drivers. And we changed our policy to disallow using that center left turn lane based on a study done by UPS. UPS found that it was not the safest or most efficient thing for their drivers to do. You go to a controlled signal intersection to make your change, not the center lane. Too many times you're stuck in the center lane, you're almost in a head-on, and guess what? The other person is more stubborn than you, and you have to back up. Then what happens? You back into somebody that's also in that lane? It's not a good, safe resolution for this problem. This is a driver safety problem, and we got to do something about traffic control. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Lauren Harvey. I became a resident in 1947. In front of the bowling alley there, where you have the old bowling alley, where you have the flashing light, if you change that from Pearson to Elliott up there and only have 4 of them, what's that do for the light sequencing that he's talking about for moving traffic? Because now we're going to stop at a possibility of 4 times between those 2 lights that are supposed to be synchronized. That's one. The other thing is Ray's Liquor. I want to tell you, for the sake of the police that might be in the office, in the building, I quit drinking in 1991. So, but there is a lot of people that stop at Ray's Liquor to buy stuff on their way home at night. When those people come out of Ray's Liquor, and if they live at above Ray's Liquor anywhere, how are they going to merge across that turn lane into the through lane that goes on up beyond Pearson? How's that going to happen? And if that time is delayed very much, what's going to happen to the business at Ray's Liquor? What do you suppose is going to happen? You suppose they're going to go up to Holiday, where they also sell liquor, and they don't have that long wait to get back in the line? Are you killing that business? Have you thought about that? That's my input. Thank you.
Hi, Mike Zuccolillo. I know the town's recently installed a lot of those pedestrian beacons, and I know some of them, especially the one they put up by the museum, you can barely see it because it's kind of on the right-hand side. Is there anything that would prohibit the town from coming up with an idea of having the pedestrian crossing signals, some have the arms that kind of come into the roadway more so they're more visible? I don't know if that's a question for the engineer, but something to think about when they're doing this traffic safety. It might be more visible to see them if they had some type of arm that came out. I know especially the one over there on Fur, I think it is, it sits so far back until you come around that corner, you can't even see it. So just a thought.
Dan Whitland. 1913 Dean Road. In regards to, let me see, where can I start? Okay, I was part of that safety committee, that seminar that was put on a while ago, and it was very informative. Came up with a lot of excellent ideas. Thank you, Mark. But when this concept was touched on at that meeting, there were a significant number of people in the room that just said, no way in this blue sky is that going to happen. I happen to be one of them, because 20,000 people is an awful lot of people. And I could talk for 10 minutes, but I'll try to keep it short. Having been a VIP in this town for, 19 years now or whatever, too many times when there's been any kind of incident on the road, traffic, as you might be aware, backs down beyond the crossroads. Even when traffic is still moving, if they've shut down one lane and I'm standing there just keeping traffic flowing as fast as it'll drive, it's all the way down past crossroads. This 800-foot queue, I kind of question. In regards to Pearson, I was kind of ambivalent about it because it's got, a third the count or something that Skyway does. If you're going to proceed on it, I hate to see a tremendous amount of staff time spent on it and progressing and having plans drawn and so on, without some more of this public input. And what you can do beyond what you had suggested, Scott, is have a meeting sometime. If the paper announced it, Senior Center lets you meet probably, I'm sure we could talk to somebody that might be able to arrange something and announce it well, have the paper publish it, and so that we can have some kind of input, because I do feel that it needs to have very broad public input, because this is something that's going to be very traumatic to the traffic flow. Those 11,000 people up in Magalia are going to be really upset about it, I'm sure. And contrary to what you think, there's always somebody passing me, Scott. I try to keep it under that.
That's good. Anyone seen that?
Yeah.
It's
You
not
came
been
sailing
recorded
past me
yet.
the other day. Thank you very much.
Tom?
I think these gentlemen did a pretty darn good job. I mean, it's strange to us, the Pearson Road project. Initially, I was, I was confused by how they were going to do the road, and it's working. It's really, it is strange. But their problem is, how do you move 20,000 cars down the street? And the idea of the bump outs, that slows the traffic down. Temecula, California has a similar thing, but what they've done is they've gone beyond the bump outs. They even have little bump outs that are allowed for 3 or 4 cars parking in little spaces along the street. And the idea of that Wells, Nevada, where they showed that tree in the middle of the road in the islands, that slows people down because they can't see, they can't speed up. Now those are at the crosswalks out here. It gives, like you say, it gives the pedestrians a chance to, to reach the safety island, and they can sprint to the next corner. I'm too old to sprint across the street anymore, and I know just what Ward's saying. I mean, what you were saying, Tim, down there at the Boys and Girls Club. But one thing Woody brought up is that can't we possibly have this conducted as a way of a test? Because how do you undo it if it's all? You don't want to spend all this money and then there's no way, but there's possibly a way to do a test. And one of the things that I notice when I go down there, I'm down there downtown every day. That yellow sign in the middle of the road by the Boys and Girls Club, that darn thing doesn't work. Some people will stop, the other people will go right through the middle lane and drive over the pedestrians. I suggest one thing, to do one test there, is take those lights out and put stop signs there. A full stop at that point. The reason for that is that people are coming up, they go 4 blocks, 3-4 blocks, they know that stop sign's there, they're going to stop, then they go on. And it's the same thing comes when they're coming downhill. They will be able to cross Elliott at the lights, but they know there's a stop sign down there, so they're not speeding down the Skyway at 50 miles an hour anymore. The other place is up by the grocery store. If you try to go in and out of there, it's a zoo. The one thing I don't like about the third lane is that we have people up there on the upper Skyway that think that's another highway lane. Whoever gets in it first starts speeding down. You gotta see it to believe it, but they just drive all the way down the Skyway in the third lane, and that's where we need some of the little islands or some ways to stop that from happening. I think that's a good idea, but the citizen input. Well, I'm one citizen. I want to see a stop sign down there, and that was my input. But also want to see if possibly you can put a test, because that's simple. You put stop signs up and see whether it works or not. But once you change those lanes and build all this infrastructure, it's going to be permanent.
Thank you, Tom.
My name is Joe Gorbea, and I live next door to Alma Herrera, whose grandfather, owned land in this place for 100-some years ago. But her suggestion was to combine the revitalization and beautification of the town all at the same time. So you start out at the corner down there with a nice big entryway sign by the credit union and so forth, and do a series of islands to slow down traffic. So instead of a tiny little concrete thing there, you do a little bit wider and put trees and landscaping in there, and do like maybe 3 all the way up to town hall entry, so that it really slows people down as they come up through there. Because people right now, they get on the gas when the light turns green there, and they get up to 70 before they hit town hall. And, so if there's a way to slow that down, starting down there with the trees, make it beautiful, and slow them down at the same time. Idea. Thank you.
Anybody else there?
Mayor Bates, I'd like to add to my comment out of this discussion earlier. When I considered things, one of the things that was of concern to me, and I'd like it thought of in terms of both projects as you improve pedestrian safety, walkability, shopping, business development, and the core downtown redevelopment, that you not forget simple fixes to what's presumed to be public walkway right-of-way that are currently unsafe can often be fixed with even a shovel if it's done by community rather than necessity to then go forward and fix all. And to me, it's striking that the bike path almost allows me a corridor to connect with the work on Clark, but not over College Hill. This work would allow me safety in the core business area of downtown that's greatly improved, but I couldn't get there from the bike path without barrier problems anywhere along the way. So to me, you need to think about the simple way to make those pedestrian-friendly too, if it's going to serve as a real improvement to those of us who drive. And a lot of us living on disabled and senior income, or even a cup of coffee out. So I'm trying to view this as the opportunity to bring up involvement. The other was one other thing I wanted to say. Thank you for your attention and time.
I wanted to ask this guy, I don't know if it pertains to this thing, but from Pearson down Clark, that used to be just part of the highway. Now it's getting more stores, more businesses, more all this time. It's increasing, and they got a speed limit of 45 miles an hour, and that's in the town. This is ridiculous. And I know I talked to Beanbag before about it, and they give me a lot of static. The same thing, we try to put a signal in at Bushwin, and they did an environmental impact statement. It cost $400,000 or something, and that was more than enough to pay for the signal. But the thing is, can't we reduce that thing? That is in the town. Don't we have some jurisdiction over what's in the town? Or do they have control of that too? Highway 191, I think.
Yeah, we can't take any action or make any comment about it, so, but,
I realize that, but I'm thinking...
well, you have to do a traffic study in order to change any speeds, and we just went through that.
They told me about
We just
10
went
years
through
ago,
that
and it goes
recently.
on and on.
Yeah.
It just- There's no end to this thing.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Thank you. We have another gentleman there that wanted to come forward.
Hi there, my name's Marvin DeBruner, and I live on Lower Skyway. And this traffic problem on Skyway's been a problem for years and years. I moved down there with just 2 lanes, one up, one down. And when you'd pull into your driveway, there was a dirt path around almost every driveway where people were going around off the road to get past you so they could get up on rush hour traffic. Well, a 4-lane highway has really improved a lot of things, but it also made it a freeway. So as I drive from here, supposedly 35-mile-an-hour traffic, as soon as you cross Neal Road, it's now the drag strip. I was at the hobby shop earlier today, and I told them, excuse me, I was going to come here for the meeting, and they told me, well, don't shut down the drag strip. So, and now, I've got a GoPro camera that I'm mounting in the back of my truck, so we can start filming the pictures of the faces of the people who almost run into me on a daily basis pulling into my driveway. If you were to drive down Skyway and start looking at the road, you'll see skid marks all over the place. Those are from people maneuvering to get out of the way of somebody pulling in their driveway. And I'm not speaking just for myself, I'm speaking for the folks on Princeton. Everybody who lives below Neal, excuse me, below Neal Road has this problem. The people on Princeton have to go across 2 lanes and then merge. Hopefully there's some room in that left turn lane that you made for the apartment complex. But I had things about 3 years ago, and I had a meeting with the town engineer, with the assistant mayor, and with the chief of police. Well, I was told basically there's nothing can be done. I called every agency, the state agencies, the highway patrol, the sheriffs, everybody. They told me it's a town issue. And if you wanted to lower the speed limit down there, you could. You go right here at the signal, and it's immediately 45 miles an hour. You've gone from 35, so if they think they can make the signal, they're going to go. They blast past here all the time going 40, 45 miles an hour, no problem. When they get to my house, they're going 60, 70 miles an hour. It's not the person directly behind me that I'm worried about. It's the person behind them who's listening to the thing, talking on the phone, texting, thinking they're in the fast lane. There's no problem. I don't know how many times. Right now, there's a dirt mark in the dirt in front of my house where somebody went off the road to miss somebody, UPS or somebody, in front of my house just a couple weeks ago. Still it was wet back then. I can't tell you how many times I've almost been hit. All my neighbors have almost been hit. There's been some pretty terrible accidents. 2 houses below me, the guy moved in. There's a new owner there now. People tend to move in and out of there quite a bit. I've got a lot of young people living around me now because they're rental houses now. Nobody really wants to live there. And they all got young people, dogs, cats, and all that stuff running around. Anyway, a woman pulled out of the driveway. Somebody broadsided her. The car did a pirouette all the way down the street for about 100 feet. Fortunately, nobody was seriously injured. There's all kinds of people run off the road and so forth. And you're talking about coming into town, it's even worse. The traffic coming into town, if they can make that light, they're going to really be going for it. And there's nobody going, unless that light's changed, everybody's going 45, 50 right past here. So I don't have a problem with this idea that you're coming up with, and I think it might work, but I think you're slowing the traffic down too soon into town. And I think you forget about the town limit is all the way down at the crossroads. You need to take care of us. I feel like we're the lone sheep down there. We're not in a commercial zone. We got an old worn out motel that they're trying to burn down, and that's it. You know, we got houses there. We got family dwellings. We got an apartment complex. You ever go talk to those people about pulling in and out of their apartment complex? So I think that this is a good idea, but I think you need to slow this traffic down, way down, the start of town. You need to funnel them in. I think the speed limit, realistically, should be 40 miles an hour. Give them 40 miles an hour all the way past Crossroads. I was told back when I was here that, well, Walmart will be coming in, and we're going to have a signal at the Crossroads. There's no Walmart. If you're making a left turn onto the Crossroads is tilted in an angle. So if there's somebody living on the other side of Skyway that wants to go downtown, go down to Chico, they're sitting in an angle. That prohibits you making your turn. You got people slowing down behind you. So it's my opinion that you ought to do what you're doing, or talking about, but you ought to slow the traffic all the way to the Crossroad. Then you ought to slow the traffic coming into town at the Crossroads, and you ought to narrow them down to one lane along that curve before it gets into the Y. Then you can make a right turn lane for Pearson, and I think it'd just slow everybody down. It would work a lot easier that way.
All right,
That's
thank
what I
you.
got to say.
My name is Ray Link. Excuse me. I'd like to reiterate what this gentleman said about the flashing light for pedestrians. I drive a compact car. When I'm approaching the crosswalk with the flashing light, if there's any vehicle larger than mine anywhere around there, I cannot see that flashing light. If it were elevated or even hung across the street, something where those of us in smaller cars could see it so that we could avoid all those kids that are texting across the street.
Okay. Thank you, Ray. Any other comments before I close it, bring it back to the council? Okay. Thank you.
The only thing I will comment on, Scott, would be that back years ago, when whoever paid for it, we did this study, we had big public meetings here at Town Hall. We had big maps up when they had their designs. We all got little colored stickers, and we put on what our first choice, second choice. I thought that was valuable data. There was, and so maybe as designs are developed, maybe somehow giving people the opportunity to do that. Yeah, we like it, we don't. It really got people involved, and even though that study then was much the same, a right turn lane on Pierce, turn on into the thoroughfare, it was just crazy, but we'll see what happens. And I think that is the problem. That is a speedway out there. Don't have police to ticket people, which should be a deterrent, in which we don't have enough police to do that, then, and even though traffic studies say this, and you can no longer, you know what, it's our town, it's our street, boom, 40 miles an hour, then we ought to do it, or whatever it is. But, so I'll keep editorializing.
Yeah, I think Marvin had a good point. Mark, perhaps we can discuss this at some point, what some solutions might be there, I think, because there's hardly anybody you talk to that doesn't say that is a problem there. I'm always surprised when I'm coming back into town and it's 55 and then it just drops down to 50 there, and it just seems like it should be much slower, and then it's to 40, and then you're into 35. It just seems like it could be both directions and address those problems, because and Marvin, if your interest, Thursday at 3 o'clock, the council's holding a special meeting to discuss the old motel that burned and how we're trying to deal with that. So citizens that are interested in that, that will be coming forward to us Thursday, so we can try to deal with that once and for all, and hopefully it'll get scraped off, and maybe there'll be some new development there that concern ourselves with slowing the traffic down to get in there.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we, put this, at least get it out here so we can start talking about it as a community. I've got a lot of concerns, looking at some of the, especially that one portion we talked about earlier, turning on to Pearson. But I think process.
So you're moving to proceed with the final design public outreach plan?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second by Mr. Boland.
And a roll call
Roll
vote.
call.
Vice Mayor Boland,
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Rawlings,
Aye.
Councilmember Titus,
Aye.
Mayor Lauter.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for your input. Next is a review of the purpose of appointed citizen advisory committees and consider direction to staff.
So this item was just brought back to the council at the council's request from the last meeting to look at some of the different committees and commissions that we have and to have the council decide if they want to continue on with this same list, make a change, or what do we want to do going forward? I believe that was the direction from the council.
And can you give us for the public that is following along, what those committees are and what they're made up of?
So we have the Planning Commission, we have the Fire Safe Council, we have the Access Board of Appeals, the Building Fire Code Appeals Board, Development Impact Fee Adjustments Board, the Tree Advisory Committee, and the Paradise Economic Development Commission, which no longer meets. There's only one of those committees that is mandated by the state, and that one is the Building Fire Code Appeals Board. The rest, meaning, what that means is that any of the other ones that the council can decide to just not have, if they so chose.
Okay. So I think one of the, if I recall, from our discussions previously, some of these rarely meet. Some of them can be handled by the council at our meetings. And if we're looking at streamlining the government process, and everybody likes less government, I think, at least most of us like less government, we can consider eliminating some of these to make things move a little bit smoother. I'll throw one out there at least for thought. Our Planning Commission, for example. Now, that's probably our biggest committee that all of us are familiar with. Boland has served on the Planning Commission. But there's many communities that, even in the economic downturn with lower staffing, have written an ordinance that says where our ordinance calls for you to go to the Planning Commission, the town council acts as the Planning Commission. If you're looking to streamline the development process and make us as friendly as possible, that's a step that we might consider taking. I know that our friend Roundy from Orland did that. They mothballed their Planning Commission. Everything came to the council. We've had frequently where our Planning Commission meetings have been canceled for lack of items. We have, all of us here are familiar with land use decisions. Mr. Boland served on the Planning Commission, well familiar with them. So it's something, we'll start at the top with the big one. I just thought I'd throw that out there, some kind of food for thought on that, if we truly want to make our town business friendly and streamline the process as much as possible. There's savings in, and it's been a while since we've had any, but if you don't like the decision of the Planning Commission and you're an opponent, you can appeal the decision to the town council. Of course, there's a fee involved with that. And if the town council is acting as the Planning Commission, that's going to save the citizens some time and money, and ultimately the decision is made, and you move on with life then. So there's no
appeal process.
there's no need for an appeal process when the town council is making the decision. Why would you need an appeal if we're making the decision? It just,
I'm certainly not going to vote for it.
okay, I'm just saying, it just cuts right to the chase. It's just something, I'm throwing that out there as an example of the kind of, you have to think outside the box a little bit, but there's a lot of communities that have done that, so.
I'll chime in then, I'll just cut it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Titus.
Well, I'm going to go, I think one of the things we need to look at is, we've got all these committees, really only one's mandated, and if they haven't met, why do we have them? I mean, it makes absolutely no sense to have an inactive committee. And so, all of these are simply committees where the council has delegated its authority to a citizens group to take care of these issues because the agenda was so impactful. If they're not meeting, it's really a waste of time to say we have, some of these councils or commissions or impact boards or whatever it is, if they're not being used. So the authority should come back to council. They could always be reconstituted if we get overwhelmed. But right now, it's just a lot, it is about streamlining and having more effective government. And, when you have a tree advisory committee that doesn't meet, one thing we need to do is kind of look at that whole thing and figure out, do we really need to have all the steps? And I think there's, one of the things we can do is sit there and say, look, they don't meet, we don't need it. It can come to council, which is open, or they're going to come anyway if there's an appeal.
Well, I think we ought to take them all at one time. We were talking about the planning commission, then we're on the tree committee. I think we need to keep our planning commission because the information that they provide us with, and all of us are not experts. We do happen to have a planning commissioner up here who's pretty good, but all of us don't understand the plans until they're properly presented in a PowerPoint. And this is not a good time, in my opinion, to do away with a planning commission when we got grants coming in. There's going to be plenty of work, plans to be presented, and I believe the planning commission needs to stay intact.
Okay, my thing on it, there's some things we asked them to bring back. There's a whole bunch of other committees that we appoint ourselves to or take turns at being on, like, John, you're on the water or something or another that I don't see on here, whether or not that's state mandated or not, which is one that seldom if ever meets. There's the LTF committee that I'm on and Scott's on, and others.
These are citizen committees.
These
All right,
are
well,
control.
okay, the thing that was, if you read the staff report, the thing that was pointed out, only 2 of these committees are established to meet on a regular basis, and that's the Planning Commission and the Fire Safe Council. I think we all agree the Fire Safe Council gives great citizen involvement as well as professionals, and it's a really, really good thing. It does meet, it is very active, and it's done a lot of good. The Planning Commission, if we want to, and I don't disagree with the idea of streamlining or lessening some of the hoops that the citizenry is asked to jump through with government. The Planning Commission, I'm like John, I'm not a planner, I don't know all of the rigmaroles, ins and outs of that. The way we've established that and set that up, where we have an interview process, an application process, we vet the people, the citizens that sit on that committee. We try to get people that have some, knowledge and expertise in that field, or at least in that arena. And they serve for a period of time, and they do due diligence in bringing stuff to us. We've only had a few occasions where we've gone against their recommendations. We cut down because of staff impacts and what have you, and to streamline from 2 meetings of council a month to 1. That's working pretty well. There have been times when we as a council are here till 10:30 at night dealing with issues. Those things happen 3 or 4 times a year at least, especially with 1 meeting a month. So my recommendation would be that, rather than eliminate the Planning Commission at this point, because we have good commissioners, we have people that we vetted, they're doing a good job, and there are possibly some projects in the pipeline that are going to materialize in the next 12 to 18 months that, would be good to have their expertise, is that we just change it from being a regularly scheduled meeting to being an as-needed meeting. When a project's there, that group of people that we've vetted and has the expertise, they can meet and they can do and bring us a report, and then we'll act on it. I'm not looking to add more either staff time or even, like I say, I'm not an expert in that field. if some of the stuff they deal with is brought to me here in a public council meeting, these meetings will get into being longer and stuff. Scott mentioned that, we have a friend in Orland that they eliminated theirs. Orland's got a lot fewer people than we have, but most communities have a planning commission. And that's the other point. Yeah, there are some that have eliminated it, but most communities do. I don't think it's a detrimental thing. It is our citizens dealing with making decisions on what goes on in our town, and I think that's vital. We're just 5 people that some of us have businesses to run. This is a part-time gig up here. We're not experts in those arenas. Greg might be, and some might be, so I think it's great to have those other folks involved. And it's also a training ground for government. I mean, we're going to deal with another agenda item tonight where we have a number of people that are coming from the Planning Commission who are saying, hey, consider me. So my recommendation will be that we keep it, although we may change it from a regularly scheduled meeting to one of the other ones that's as needed. I do agree that we should get rid of anything that hasn't met. The Paradise Economic Development Commission, inactive since 2004. The Tree Advisory Committee, if it hasn't met in 3 or 4 years, let the Planning Commission be that advisory committee, make those decisions. That's my...
Mr. Boland, you want to chime in since everybody else has had an opportunity?
I agree. I think that some of these committees, we just spend more time when they're necessary, if they are ever necessary. I was on one of these committees, and we were scrambling the last minute to try to fill it because there was only 2 or 3 of us left on that committee. We didn't even know 2 of them had already left town and were gone because it's been so long. So I'm good with us moving forward with that. Planning Commission, they don't deal with grants. They don't deal with those type of things. They deal with land development, land use changing, those type things. It's been very helpful to have them. They haven't met a lot lately is the tough part, and that is discouraging as a planning commissioner to not get together. I don't have a problem with working it as a as-need basis. That way we don't have to, on a monthly basis, notify whether they're having a meeting or not, and doing that'd be fine if we want to use them in that capacity. Again, are we minimizing them? I hope we get to a point someday where they're busy. That would be great. I mean, I want them to be on a monthly basis and have stuff to look at. Right now, that hasn't happened for this last year, for the last couple of years, really.
I'm not opposed to having the planning commission meet at the discretion of the city planner, Mr. Baker, when needed. But I am opposed to doing away with the planning commission. And as has already been stated, we're not all planners, and we're not all. They perform a vital service to this community and to this council, and I believe that they deserve kudos for some of the presentations that I've seen that they've come forward with, and so I believe we need to keep them intact, and if the city planner does not have a need to meet a certain month, then he can call the meeting when he feels one is necessary.
Anybody in the audience will open this up? Actually, this is one of, I wanted to throw that idea out there because people are always talking about less government. And I thought, well, okay, here's an opportunity for you to put your money where your mouth is.
Also something that can be brought back on very easily. We wouldn't cancel it. It would.
Right. It doesn't, that most places leave it as it is, and then just the council acts as the planning commission. I'd say I'm confident that anybody on the council, we do deal with land use issues, on a regular basis on our agendas. Most of them we just don't have to go into a lot of detail in, but I don't think anybody, actually Tim served on the planning commission before he was on the school board, so, he's familiar with it. I don't think any of us would have any problem dealing with that, but, I see where people are on it, but I wanted to present the opportunity.
I would hope not, because if we can't deal with it at our level, then we shouldn't be here.
Exactly.
As we talk about the issues, we need to understand what those issues are when we're dealing with the public. The Planning Commission vets a lot of things out, which is great, and helps put the things together, but ultimately, it's all about what we already have in our general plan. And staff puts together the information anyway for the Planning Commission. I just think it's important that we look at, everything, even the sacred cows, to look at, is this something that we want to do? I like the idea of as but is it something that we really, and we have to ask ourselves, is this something we really need to do? Have one, or should we suspend it temporarily until there's something coming, not in 18 months? That could always be, it can be turned back on any time. But, those are the conversations I think we need to really look at, is the planning commission, which has been counseled more probably than it's held, not because of their fault. You've been missed more.
But the only thing in response to
Yeah,
that.
but I'm talking about projects that you guys have been working on. I mean, the agenda hasn't been that heavy, and there's been a lot of cancellations that have taken place. And at least the notes I get, it's been canceled this month again.
But the only thing to that response to that, Tim, is that and it's one of the thing where I'm suggesting, okay, make it as when it's needed. Don't disband it, don't change it where the council will be that, because if we do that, and then you find a need, then suddenly somebody in town wants to buy some land and move and expand, and we have a project that takes some of those decisions, and we want to re-energize it, we have to go through the whole process again. We can't legally just say we're going to suspend it, we're going to be the planning commissioners, and then if suddenly we need a planning commission, okay, all you people we appointed before, step back up and do your job again. We have to go through the whole process again, and so
That's a good
if we
point.
just make it where, you know what, we just don't make it a regularly scheduled meeting, there's no cancellations, the people we've picked serving the terms are serving. If in 6 months or something, everything is still in the tank and all of these concerns of streamlining and staff time and all that other stuff, then we can maybe revisit this and say, okay, we need to just eliminate it, we don't have. I just think that we're all aware of that, there's possibility of some projects down the road that aren't grant funded, may happen, may materialize, that the planning commission would be involved in, so that's just my thing. I mean, I don't think if we suspend it and eliminate it and make us the planning commissioners, and you're right, we have that. I know I appreciate not only the planning commissioners' reports, but the staff's effort, because, I make my decisions here as an elected official, I rely on the data they give me, and I have the opportunity to go in and talk to those people and ask them. I've attended planning commission meetings when there's controversial stuff coming, just to hear how they, what their thoughts are and what their demeanor is. So I just would like to keep them and just change it from a regularly scheduled to the other. I think that would move in the direction of streamlining government. It would.
We're not talking about getting rid of staff or the planning commission.
Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding. I mean, you would still get the full reports and analysis.
No, I understand that. I
And I know that
You'd still be able to
there are a lot
talk
of
to Craig
communities
whenever you
where
want.
the council wants the political cover of having the planning commission making the decisions that they don't want to make.
There are more communities that
But I'm
have
saying
planning
that's-
commissions.
That's very
that
common. They
don't.
want that political cover, and there's times when we've made decisions, had to make decisions that, gosh, wish the planning commission had done this for us, and we wouldn't be having to take the arrows and daggers that are thrown at us. But, I don't mind, I'm elected to make the decisions, as an elected official, and we can.
Well,
Anyway, if we're talking about, any of these committees, that's the item, is just to have a discussion of whether we want to get rid of some of them. Like I say, I thought I'd start with the big one at the top, and that will make it easier to make the decision on the other ones.
You did, but we've got dedicated people on that planning commission.
I'm not.
When I get, I know you're not, and I don't really care what other communities do. I care about what's best for this town, and I'm saying that we keep the planning commission. Yes, if there's not a need for a meeting, then we don't hold a meeting. But we've got planning commissioners in place. In fact, we just went through that process here last year, and those people are dedicated to what they do. And when I get this agenda every month, I enjoy reading it, believe it or not, and and it helps me a lot when I report to this meeting. Now, like I said, y'all want about law enforcement, I can tell you all about law enforcement, but I can't tell you much about planning. So it's important to me, and I do belong here because I was voted in by the public.
I didn't say you didn't belong here.
No.
I'm just saying. Those of us who don't understand planning don't belong here. But I do.
say that. I mean, you know, you're the one that's, you know, look, I'm not going to go there. I just think it's important for us to have a healthy discussion, which we're having. We're not, you know, and it's good for us to determine how do we want to function as a community and as town government. Streamlining is something we've all talked about, and now when rubber meets the road, now we're having the conversation, which is healthy.
Right.
And the compromise could very well be exactly what's being suggested.
Well, I wanted to make sure that, you know, I mean, you know, do I want a planning commission or not want a planning commissioner? I wanted to bring it forward so we could have the discussion to make sure that we're looking at every opportunity, you know, that you have. And I'm playing a little bit of the devil's advocate by talking about this, but that's, but I felt we needed to at least have the discussion.
Is it on the agenda? Can we, like, make a motion to do any of this stuff?
Got to open up to the public, right?
Well, we're just reviewing the purpose of town council-appointed citizen advisory committees and consider any direction to staff, and that's the agenda item. So, I mean, we'll open it up if people want to make a comment about any of the committees, whether it's planning commission or the tree committee or any of these other ones.
Nobody wants to, I don't think.
All
right, Dan.
Dan Wentland again. I totally agree with eliminating a lot of those virtually useless subcommittees. Couldn't agree more. Planning Commission, I'm just one person on it, vice chair. I think that as needed basis only is wonderful. Don't have a problem with that whatsoever. But if you want to start at the top and eliminate, you could maybe go to the council. We could. Oh no, I'm sorry.
We're created by the government code, so.
Time's up, Dan, time's up.
Yes.
You said eliminate the big one at the top. The big one at the top.
We could disincorporate and turn us back to the county, yeah.
Scott, I'm not advocating it at all, but in recalling some of the old days when we had two council meetings.
You can pick a different word.
And we all went till 2 o'clock in the morning with two council meetings a month.
Yeah.
What you guys got now is just peanuts.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
I'm either, I don't see the wisdom in a part-time planning commission. I see it as either you're gonna have it held on regular basis, on a regular time, so that the people in Paradise will know when the meeting is. If they have business they want to bring to them, they can bring it to them at that time. And if you're not gonna hold it then how is the public gonna have anything come before the planning commission? Because they're only gonna hold a meeting as needed, and they don't know that I need it. That'd be much the same as if they shut down the DMV office, and then when I need to license my motorhome, I can call them and say, why don't you guys man that over there so I can go over and give you some money? So I don't see how it's gonna work if you're just gonna have them on an on-call basis. And after all, they really don't have any teeth, so if you want to take it away and have the citizens come here, that'd be fine with me. I don't have that dog in the race. But I do think that if you're going to have a planning commission, they should meet every month at a regular time so the public can get a hold of them and the public can have input. And if nobody shows up, okay, fine, drink a cup of coffee and go home. But I do think it ought to operate that way. Thank you.
Harvey. Anybody else in the audience want to come forward and say a piece?
Spread. I'm with the Tea Party. My middle name is limited government. I'm all in favor of eliminating, well, I'll give you a list tomorrow if you like. Planning Commission you're talking about, you brought up appeal process, I got a real problem with that. If there's no appeal to what you guys would decide, that's where I would have a problem. But I'll give you a list tomorrow of anything that I'd like to see eliminated too. So, thank you.
Nonpartisan, right?
Yes.
Okay. No, I think you want a public input. I think you ought to go with planning commission that's ad hoc, eliminate all the rest except for the fire safe council, and you're done.
Simple.
My name is Stephen Gukin, and ditto.
Okay, anybody else want to give their 2 cents worth? Okay, so we'll close that part. So what direction do we want to give the staff? Do we want to, it sounds like everybody wants to eliminate
Everything except that's, other than the Fire Safe Council
And the stuff that's mandated by law?
by law. And the Planning Commission is,
Well, just so we understand, it's not, can people just come and talk to the planning commission? Yes, they can, but that's not what the planning commission is for.
Exactly, yeah, I think.
To hear land use issues, it's to go through and review and.
And they have to be scheduled and calendared.
And give an advisory role
It's
to
subject to
us.
the Brown
So,
Act.
What's that?
Subject to the Brown Act. It's not like they can bring
Agenda
something forward.
items.
Yeah, it has to be
sorry.
agendized.
Yes. I thought I said something wrong. So it isn't something that's just open to the public. Does it give it an appeal process? Yeah, it does. If it hears something, it has appeal process to the county. And I think there hopefully are big projects coming up that we want them. Yeah. So I have no problem with that. I think we can eliminate the every month so that we're not having to notify and go through that process.
And in response kind of to Lauren's question about it, and what you're saying, the same thing, I agree. I mean, if they normally meet on the second Wednesday of every month, or whatever that doesn't change, because that's probably in the ordinance and all that stuff. So all of that stuff doesn't change. It's just that we change it from, it's mandatory, it's scheduled, to where it's when there's projects. They will still meet at the same time and place when a project is there, when there's an agenda to be acted on. Because one of the other things in the staff report was that part of this whole idea was to eliminate staff time and cost, right? Well, we must pay for the publication of the public notice for all of those meetings, and when there's nothing on the agenda and nothing for them to meet, we have to pay then for the notice of public record of the cancellation of the meeting and all that stuff. And then if we do change it and eliminate the planning commission for now, suspend it, give it the duty to, we're going to have to pay for the codification of a new ordinance or whatever we've got to change in the legal stuff. So I think if we can just give the direction to staff to change it, and I don't know what's involved in that, there may be a cost associated with it, where it's meets on the same date and time and all as needed. We can make that change.
Why don't we give that direction to the manager? They can study it, meet with the attorney to make sure that we're meeting the letter of the law as to what is required for any notices, and maybe we can set it out that perhaps it's if the planning director says, if we don't have items for the agenda by February 5th, then the planning commission will not meet on February 10th, or whatever the date may be. If we don't have items by the first of the month, then the public knows, and at this point, they say, yes, we expect to meet in February, we have items that we're putting together for the agenda. So it's not quite so, maybe we'll meet, maybe we don't. Maybe that's a good compromise.
What we'll do is look at the resolution for the plan.
Okay, all right, so.
How you.
I think our direction is the rest of the commissions and councils are eliminated except for now, except for the mandated and fire safe. Is that right?
Sounds good to me.
Fire safety is mandated, is that correct? Yeah.
Fire Safe Council is mandated.
Not mandated.
Is. Fire Safe Council is.
Building and Fire Code Appeals Board is mandated.
Oh, I see. Got
Fire
you.
Safe Council is not, but we're saying we want to stay there.
Yeah, we want to
keep
save that. Yeah, that's a huge, popular,
It
productive.
meets on a regular basis, so it's
Right.
active.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, I just want to make sure that.
Okay. All right. Do we want to take a quick break?
Said yes.
That would be a yes.
I think there's a yes.
The old guy.
Let's take a 5-minute.
The old guy.
Let's take a 5-minute break to drain out. We've been going for 2.5 hours.
Don't wait, yeah.
Might be able to do the following week.
thing that I want to
Yes, ma'am. Well, I've had a, when I got elected in 2004.
Your option then is time to work. You're borrowing money to build that project. You wait to see how much you build the plan project. You can increase it back to project.
So how's the new parents? So when was it born? 7? What'd they name him? Well, congratulations. So exciting. Who hasn't seen him yet? Yeah. Up 7A. I know it, yes. And the girl said it's like 1,000 degrees in the back, so.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you ready? Okay, we're back from our break. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and settle in for the next item, which is item 7C, consider options in accordance with the California Government Code Section 36512 to fill upcoming vacancy of the Town Council caused by the pending resignation of Council Member Timothy Titus and provide direction to staff.
I'd like to speak on that if I may.
Okay, I was going to let the...
Well, basically, just for the sake of the audience, if they haven't read it or if they're not aware, we have an upcoming resignation with the pending leave of Tim Titus. And then, according to state law, we have 3 options that the council can consider and decide upon. And so what we're asking, staff is asking tonight, is for the council to consider how they want to fill the pending vacancy and give direction to staff on what to do. So the council can either appoint someone, just make an appointment. The council can do that by having a process whereby there's applications and the interview process. The council can just appoint someone from a current committee or commission. The council can call for a special election, which is usually an expensive option, and our next regular election is in November anyway, so the term would only go until November, Tim's term. so then it wouldn't be a long time. Or the council may decide not to act and leave the position vacant, and then the position will be filled in November at the next regular election. So that is the options, and I did also want to say that we, Scott Lauder, or the mayor, did point out that we have a special council meeting on Thursday. If the council did want to appoint someone, we can make that appointment on Thursday, or if the council wanted to give us other direction for Thursday, we can do that as well.
Okay.
Okay, so now I will open up. John, you spoke up first.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Manager, for the guidance and information. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to Town Hall, and I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank you all for being here. I have some thoughts on this as your councilman on appointments, and I'd like to just share them with you real quick. I do not support an appointment to fill the position on this council that's going to be vacated by by Tim Titus. And the reason I don't support it are quite a few. One is I feel like if a person is appointed to this position, that would give that appointee an unfair advantage in the November elections. That appointee would go on a ballot as an incumbent. That would destroy any level playing field that we would want to keep intact. That would also be harmful to the town in regards to the transparency and the trust that we've worked so hard to build over this last year. I believe if a person is appointed to this position that's being vacated by Councilman Titus, it will also lead to innuendos, perceptions, finger pointing, and bad press. The reason I say that is because it's already started. I was in Ace Hardware Friday morning, minding my own business, and on the aisle next across from me, I could not see who was doing the talking, but I could hear them very clearly. One individual told another individual that this town is run by crooked politicians. That, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what I'm trying to avoid when I suggest that we don't appoint. Now, I know that from the time, we all know that from the time Mr. Titus leaves the office, there's only 8 more months until the November elections. That equates on a normal scale of 8 more meetings. There may be a time for a special meeting, but right now that is 8 meetings. This council sitting right here, right now, is quite capable of handling 8 meetings. And if I may borrow some words from Mr. Titus, if we can't do that, we don't belong here. Now, what we need is to go ahead and hold that position open is what I'm advocating until the November election, and allow every citizen who is aspiring to become a councilman to have the opportunity to run on a level playing field and not have to run against someone who has been placed there and given an unfair advantage. I believe it's very important to this town that we don't fuel the fire that's going to allow the good old boy system to raise its ugly head. I know the only fair way that I know of to do it is like I have just said. Let the people decide who's going to be sitting in this chair. I don't think any few people should make the choice for the whole community when it comes to something this important. Now, if the time frame was longer, a year and a half, I could see where we might want to go ahead and make an appointment. But it's not. It's 8 months, 8 meetings. I appeal to my fellow councilmen, say no to any appointed position on this council. I appeal to my fellow councilmen give the people a chance to vote. With that being said, I would make a motion that we do not appoint.
There a second to that? Okay, so that dies for a lack of second. Ms. What, you made a motion before anybody had an opportunity to talk, John, so it's now their opportunity to talk, but I have to ask if there's a second to the motion. There was no second to the motion under Robert's Rules of Order. The motion dies for a lack of a second.
I'd just like to point out that the action item is to actually appoint anyone
Yeah,
this evening to give staff direction.
Yeah.
Well, a point well taken. Thank you very much.
Okay, so, but if it's to give staff direction that that's what you want to do, we have no second. So, Mr. Colleton is asked to...
Yeah, out of respect to my colleague, Mr. Rollins, tend to disagree completely with a couple of statements he made. One is every citizen in this town that is qualified come November has the opportunity to run for the 2 seats that'll be up for election. I disagree with him on the idea that an appointee to the position now would have a distinct advantage. I've been in this seat for 9, almost 10 years now, and I've heard 3 elections. And, the last election cycle, I was an incumbent. I think I was actually even the mayor at the time. And there was, because I'm elected on the presidential years, and so the politic in the country at that time was throw the bums out, all the incumbents. I think that, it's my opinion only, but I think that there's a strong national bent that way now because of the dysfunction we see at both the federal and state level. So I don't know that being an incumbent, whether you're appointed or elected, is going to serve anybody well in the 2014 election, let alone the 2016 election. So I disagree with him on those points. As a councilman, and I think Mayor Lauder has some statistics on it. I know that he was the last person that was appointed to a vacated seat. As a councilman, it's our duty, and I received requests from citizens that wanted to be considered for the appointment, and I thank them for that. I received a letter from the Tea Party explaining how they think the process should go, and I agree with parts of that and take issue with other parts of their letter. But we were elected by the citizens to do the business of the town. We're a minimal council. We have 5 people. If we're only 4 people, even though there are only 8 meetings, actually 9, because there's a special meeting Thursday, and if we are, if we get into a 2-2 vote, there's an issue there. The bigger issue, though, for us as a 4-member council for 8 months is if somebody gets sick, has a death in the family, takes a vacation, or for any reason can't attend, we no longer have a quorum, or the chances of not having a quorum, and then we are not able to do town business. And our job is to serve you, the citizens. So I think that the government code allows us to make one of 3 choices. Leave it vacant until the next election, hold a special election, which I strongly would never endorse because of the cost to the town and the community, and or appoint somebody. And so my recommendation to staff, depending on how the council concurs tonight, and this will be a council decision by a majority vote, I'm hoping, would be that we proceed at either the Thursday special meeting or at the next meeting. We have received a few applications, or we've received notice from a few citizens of their interest in being appointed. Some of those people are qualified. The Tea Party would like us to do a whole vetting process in public and applications and all that. We're talking about doing less government and saving time and money, and we were elected to do this. This is something we have the legal responsibility to do and the right to do as your elected representatives. And and there has, in this town, I've lived here since 1980, there has been talk of the good old boy club, corrupt politicians, and all this other crap. the whole time I've lived here. It kind of goes with the territory when you get elected by the general public to be a leader. Not going to please all of the people all of the time. Some people are going to say, what I know is that I have not had any backroom deal with any of my colleagues. I have not discussed this matter. I haven't talked to Mr. Titus about it. I've only discussed it with the manager on about 2 occasions. So my recommendation is going to be that we continue on to staff and however is that we appoint somebody to fill this position so that we can be guaranteed of a quorum, because there's some things coming up. There's maybe no major crises, but there's some things coming up. Talked about in former meetings. There's businesses in town that are looking to expand, possibly move. There's a number of things. We're dealing with the wastewater issue. We're trying to do a regional thing there. There's conversations going on with multiple agencies. There's a lot of things going on that we, have to deal with for the next 8 months. I do not believe that one of the people that asked to be appointed thought that it would be an advantage if they were appointed because they're planning. That's a thing. Everybody has a chance in November. That wants to sit up here and do this stuff has a chance to run. You have to be elected by the public. If we appoint somebody Thursday or next meeting or at any point, if we appoint somebody to take Tim's place for the next 8 months, they're going to have to run the same way anybody else does. And they're going to have to convince a majority of the populace that they would be the best representative for them for the next 4 years. So that's my 2 cents.
Olin? I'm going to let Mr. Titus speak last.
Okay.
Ducking on this one.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Just kidding. It's been an honor to serve with you, and I hope things go well. To be consistent with what I've said to people that have asked me, I hate being on the fence on something. I mean, to me, I can see the importance of putting someone in that position, and I have no problem doing that. I think we do have the ability, and I can see that there could be that necessity to have that 5th person or 5th council person. But if it didn't get filled, it's one of those things that, I think we could live with. It's not it wouldn't be a disaster not to have that 5th person. So, and that's what I've told people that have asked me on the public. What's your thoughts? So I'm there with that.
Well, you don't have to state your position now. I mean, we're talking about this. Tim may make a compelling argument one way or the other. I might make one.
Yeah,
and I don't
I mean,
John's pretty clear. He's unmovable.
I got his position.
Immovable object there. And he's not finished talking, so you're going to hear more from him about it.
So anyway, for me, I can see both sides, and I'm still trying to develop that. So,
okay, appreciate that. Tim, what are your thoughts?
It's been a real pleasure to serve with you on the council. The public elected us and empowered us with their trust, that we do the public's work and that we do what's in the best interest of the community. We are a nonpartisan board. And one of the things that's important to remember is to try to eliminate as much external political issues as possible so that we can function as a unified body. And that doesn't mean we all vote the same or agree, but that we all understand our role is to move the work of the people forward. And I'm concerned if we don't fill the seat. Now, how the council decides to do that is up to the council because of that very issue. There's a reason why you have the charter that outlines how we're structured in our community, and it requires 5 people by the way our community's set up, and that's because it eliminates and hopefully will occur that there will be times that you will have split votes, because if it divides into 2 camps on an issue, the issue dies, and that means the work of the people dies with it. And that's not fair to the community. The community charter allows the council and empowers the council to make this decision when these type of issues come up, and thankfully they don't very often. And I was not planning on having to resign, but but this opportunity requires me to be on the ground in Oregon in order to be able to launch the program and get our business going there as an expansion of our current agency. I don't know how else to do that. I can't do it remotely. And so I felt that the most important thing I can do and the most honorable thing I can do is to resign from public office and not simply come back here on a regular basis for meetings, because the community needs to have somebody they can talk to and who represents their interest. And that means that there needs to be somebody appointed to the seat. Who it is, what the process is, really is dependent upon this body. But the people have already spoken in the very charter of our community. It requires 5 people to do the work. And there will be very controversial issues, especially when we're talking about redoing Skyway. And the last thing staff needs is to have a roadblock take place where government has become ineffective because now it's 2-2. And that's on any issue that comes up. And essentially everything will collapse under its own weight because we can no longer be effective doing the people's work. I understand John's concern, but every legislative body across this country fills vacancies when they occur, whether it's by death, whether it's by resignation, and because it's in the people's interest that we do so. And I think what process, I don't think the debate should be, should we fill it? I think the debate should be, how do we fill it? I'm with you. I don't think we could afford a special election. I don't think that's in the best interest. And we need somebody who's willing to do the people's work. Whether they want to run for office in the future, that's up to them. Whether they want to pay for that and do the debating and do all the public stuff, it's up to them. But we need somebody who's going to be willing to roll up their sleeves and go to work. This isn't about a placeholder just to fill a seat. This is about somebody who's going to help move the council's agenda forward, continues the balanced budget, continues managing to a point where we can go ahead and continue the health and safety of our community and make some tough decisions in the process instead of sticking your finger in the air and hopefully, which way is the wind blowing. We see that in Washington all the time. And we can't deal with that. We've got to be responsible enough to sit there and say, look, we can appoint a responsible person for the remainder of my 8 months. Let them run for office. God bless them if they win, and they deserve what they get when they do. It has been a great blessing to be part of the council, and I would encourage you to trust the people the way they voted to set up the system, the charter, and to go ahead. The system has always worked with the appointees in the past and does in every community, and I think we ought to continue that because we are setting ourselves up for a major problem if we don't. And I really think and encourage you to agree to fill the seat, but the process can be debated.
So, as was mentioned, I was originally appointed to the council in a very similar situation. Lou Hub, who was the mayor at the time, resigned due to health reasons. I was appointed to fill his seat, and ultimately decided to run, for the council. So I have a little bit of perspective on it. And in the past, I asked the clerk to give me the list, and we've done this a half a dozen times before. I also have the perspective of while I was on the council, the one time that we did not fill a seat was when Steve Lambert resigned in August, and we left that seat open because it was so close. You were already in election filing season, so there was really not much point in, by the time you went through the process and appointed somebody, to the position, you were virtually at the, your essentially your last meeting is, you can say it's December, but it's really November when you make any decisions, because you're there for a minute and then you're, bang the gavel, we swear on the new people, and you're done. So December really doesn't even count. And I believe technically, if you're appointed, you're not considered an incumbent. Am I I believe that's what I was told when I was appointed, is you
Not an incumbent.
You are not
on
an
the ballot.
on the ballot. Yeah, you're not an incumbent on the ballot. You can say you're appointed, but you are actually not an incumbent. But when it comes, to the decision-making process, and I think more importantly to our community than whether we get, whether we have the split vote. It doesn't happen very often. And actually, the opportunities for it to happen actually increase. Because if you know how things work on the council, or if you've seen the process and being the old guy on the council, I've seen it happen. Sometimes you go, well, if this is going to pass, they vote yes, even though they might have voted no if they had, if they thought that, well, if it's going to be a 3-2 vote, I might as well just vote yes. And you see that happen. Not saying I do that, not saying anybody else would do that, but that's part of the process. Dan's nodding his head. He can validate that that's often, any observers of the political process will see that. So the number of times when you might have a 2-2 vote does increase. But really, more importantly for me is, and I think Tim alluded to this, is the citizens deserve a 5-member council to represent them. If you have a concern, if you're bringing an issue forward, you deserve 5 people up here listening to your concern. And for me, whether there's anybody in the audience that comes forward, and whether there's anybody in the audience. Often, as you know, we have council meetings where it is us and the staff and nobody else. But I value the input of each one of my colleagues, all 4 of my colleagues, in the deliberative process. And I think we would be depriving each other of that valuable input, because everybody has a different perspective. And to not fill the seat and not have the input of that 5th person, even if they are new, you are depriving the citizens and you're depriving us of that 5th person giving their thoughts and their input, or maybe their validation to the decision that we're making. There's a lot of times when we're going, you know what? All 5 of us agree this is a great idea, or all 5 of us agree that this is a terrible idea. But having all 5 people here, I think, is extremely important to us. And that's why I feel strongly we need to go forward with, as Councilman Cullivan said, Councilman Titus said, and contrary to what John said, and letting Mr. Boland be on the fence or go one way or the other, whether I've helped you, convince you one way or the other. But I think it's tremendously important for our community, for the council, and for the staff to hear from 5 people on the council. And the question of whether it gives you an advantage or not being appointed. It can also be, it allows the citizens to kind of try before they buy, so to speak, with an appointment. If we appoint somebody and they choose to run, it's either it's a known commodity, and there's an awful lot of time. All of us know on the in election season, when people don't have much of a clue who to vote for or what they stand for. And I mean, it's sad, but that's a reality, that you have people say, gosh, Scott, who do I vote for in this election? I don't know any of these people. And unless you've had a chance to see somebody up here, if you have the advantage of seeing somebody up here working, that may work to their advantage, and it may be to their disadvantage. You may decide that you don't like the person, the decisions of the person that's been appointed, just as you may not like the decisions that any of us make, and we get rehired every 4 years. So I think it's an important part of the process. The town has done it, like I say, half a dozen times in the past, mostly through resignation, once through death of a council member, and the first person that was appointed to the council, and it was a direct nomination process by the council, was Alice Smith. So, and I think most everybody here knows Alice. Most of these other people have all long since died or moved away that were appointed. So, anyway, that's my piece on it. I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in. And
I would, of course. I tried to stay within my 3 minutes on my first.
You're not limited to your time when you're up to.
Very much.
We don't limit the council
So I kind of was speaking fast, but I wanted to get my point across. I would like to say this. I have confidence in everybody sitting here because we have been working together for the last year. We've done some great things together, and it always comes together, and it will come together even if we had 4 councilmen sitting here for 8 more meetings. Think about that. I think that we need to give the people the right to speak out and vote. That was my motive, and it still is my motive, and always will be my motive, because they're who I work for. We all represent those people. I was asked by somebody, John, do you really think that you're the voice of the people? Absolutely. We're all the voice of the people. But why should we turn our back on them and tell them they can't vote? We're going to do it for you. Why should we tell ourselves that we can't do 8 more meetings and conduct the business of this town? That's not, we are a team. We've been a good team, and I'm still going to be part of this team, whether you agree with me or not, because the bottom line is this: what's best for this town, and what's best for the people out here that's going to be voting or aspiring to run. I still say that we're opening ourselves up and this town up to a reputation that it doesn't deserve. It doesn't deserve the good old boy system. It doesn't deserve the innuendos that I've already spoke about. I just feel like for 8 more meetings, we can do this. I know we can do this, because I've worked with these guys. They're good. I've heard some wild stuff out here. I talked to many of my constituents, which I didn't get to say the first time because I was in a hurry, but I spoke to many of my constituents, and I could not find one who wanted an appointee. I didn't bias the question. I asked them the same question. The question I asked them is, would you rather have somebody appointed to a position if one came vacant, or would you rather vote for a position if one came vacant? Every one of them wanted to vote. None of them, I could not find one who wanted an appointment. Now, there are times where appointments are necessary. This one, if we can do it for 8 months, I don't know that we could do it for 12, 15, or 18 months, but this is a short run. We can do this. We know what's facing us. It's the same thing that's been facing us every year. And when the rubber meets the road, we come together, and we make the decisions, and we can continue to make the decisions. I just feel that we should not turn our back on those people that we work for, and those people that we gave our word to. And I'm not trying to be funny, but that's just the way it is. So, thank you very much for allowing me my closing statement. But I want to tell you, Tim, I wish you well in your business and your family. And I know that we've got a good council here, and I got faith in them, which is why I said what I had to say.
I know Tim wants to say something. Any questions or anything?
And, you know, John, I appreciate your convictions on what you're saying, but the people did speak. It's created the town, and they put a process in place for replacement of a councilman or councilwoman. I mean, the people have already made the decision of what the process should be. And they've empowered the council with the authority to do the appointments on a temporary basis. And, I mean, they have spoken. If, you know, that's what representative government is all about. And when we got elected, they empowered us with the authority to govern the town according to the rules and regulations that are on the books. And one of those gives us the power to appoint. Now, there's more to the job than 8 meetings. There's a lot more to the job than 8 meetings.
I understand.
It's meeting with all kinds of community groups. It's dealing with staff and helping meet the needs that the staff has with their projects and programs, and helping to move the agenda forward. So it's you know, it's more than just being here 8 times. It's really, it can be some months like almost another full-time job. It just really depends, especially for the mayor. And all of us have issues that we're dealing with the public and meeting with groups and talking to people. But I have absolute faith that the majority of the community trusts the council. I don't hear about the good old boy network anymore. I don't hear about the council being governed by the management of the town. People are very clear the council is guiding the direction that our community is going. And one of the things that they've given us is their trust. And if we appoint the wrong person, the public will correct that in November. If that person becomes an elected person, an individual to council, that means that the community has sustained what the council has done. Whatever council decides to do is temporary. The person's got to run because the seat is vacated come November. And so this is really giving the opportunity for the public to validate or say, nope, you guys screwed up. Okay, fine. They'll elect whoever they want to elect to the seat. I just think we're inviting a problem we don't need. And I understand where you're coming from, that it's very cohesive, but I just believe there's going to be issues come up that's going to create some split votes, and it's going to create a real problem for the town because now you're stuck and you can't move forward. And I understand you want to empower the people to vote. You know, using your philosophy, we ought to go to a special election and do it. We can't afford to do
Can't afford that.
No, and so what they've done is they've given us a process, and it's actually more than, I mean, you're talking almost a year. Because if the council decides to appoint, they could appoint quickly, and I'm gone. And so you've got January all the way through November. So it's more than 8 months. And so, I've agreed to step aside as soon as council makes a decision. And because it's in the best interest of the community that they have somebody sitting here that's committed to carrying the ball forward to for the remainder of the year.
Well, the state code does allow us to hold it open. Is that correct, Mr. Manager?
Yes, it does.
I wasn't wrong in saying that we can hold it open.
No, that's right. We said there are, we have 3 choices on the matter. So we could hold it open, we can appoint, we can hold a special election. I think all of us pretty much agree that we can't afford to hold a special election, and that would be foolhardy to do that. But
well, everything that was said sounds very convincing, but the people are going to lose out on their chance to vote in November.
I've got to make a comment.
So I'm done.
Okay, so you've had
Can I
an
make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good. I'm really dismayed, John. We have worked together. You just talked about what a great team this has been. But I'm dismayed for you to sit here and talk about if we do something that is our responsibility, how the public is going to be cheated and how you're buying into that whole thing. This council and the people that preceded you and Greg, we've worked hard to get rid of good old boy backroom deal images. There are people in our community that are going to go to their grave believing that that's the way it is. We're not going to change those people's thinking. But I'm just, I work hard at trying to be fair, be open-minded. Sometimes I make people angry. I don't agree with everybody. I got a lot of opinions, and I voice them. But doggone it, what I know, my 10 years here, we have done a good job, at least for the last 3 or 4 years, of trying to be open, transparent, honest, and clean. And I resent you saying that, all you're hearing is how it's a good, that stuff's dead. We're not that. We don't do that.
Never said-
Well,
hold on.
it's been implied, and the thing is that we're not cheating the people of this town. We're doing their work, and we've been doing it well. All of us have been doing a good job of doing that.
And
for you to
I
make a
said that,
public
didn't I,
statement,
Woody?
No, you just said that, I just feel that people are getting cheated. I don't, I just vehemently disagree with you, and I wish you'd quit saying that.
Okay, so, I'd like to, you've had an opportunity to talk twice, and I just want to add.
Angry at me too, Woody.
Yeah.
You angry at me right now?
I am right.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I hope you do, because
Okay.
I'm not gonna quit being a part of the team just because I have to take a decision tonight.
And we will make a
Yeah,
decision.
we
going
will.
forward.
We can open it up and we can have some more deliberation after we hear from members of the public. So I will open it up. We have a couple of cards, and I'd appreciate it if you would fill out a card if you want to speak, so that'll keep us, because in this case, I'm not going to buy into you jump up at the end and you get to speak last, okay? So tonight it's going to be fill out a card if you want to talk. We're going to take them in alphabetical order, we'll take them in the order that they were received, but
We're going to time.
and we will keep the time 3 minutes maximum, and so Greg, you have your timer ready?
Is he the time?
Yeah, you've been replaced. Or I've got a stopwatch. I got a stopwatch feature on my. So if you want to speak, because otherwise people try to game the system by not filling out a card. And what I want to say is, while we're talking about this, I think the town council and the town as a whole has been really moving in a good direction. Balanced our budget. We got all of our employee contracts taken care of last year in record time. We're managing. We're coming back. We've got a lot of new black asphalt on the road. A lot of painted new lines. Things are looking good. I think it's really important for the town to keep going in that direction and not have the distractions that can happen when have a less than full council. So who's our first card?
Our first card is from Fred Aldred.
Hi again. First, Tim, I want to tell you I'm representing the Tea Party. We wish you well. We wish you success wherever you go. So good luck. And by the way, we have checked extradition treaties, and Portland is in that. So it's a joke. Settle down. Okay, guys, I've talked to most of you guys about this issue, and I've heard things all over the map. I've heard both sides of the issue. Don, I've got to say I'm a little disappointed that we had lunch for an hour yesterday. You and I had lunch for an hour yesterday, and I'm sorry that you feel that I and the 300 people that I represent are not your constituents. Because I strongly told you that we felt that you should appoint. And you said you could not find one constituent that said that.
Okay.
One and the 300 that are on our contact list. I'm a little disappointed. Well, we do believe, Tea Party, that you should appoint somebody. We think we deserve representation. We gave you guys a letter because we have talked to some of you. We hear rumors all over the map. We sent you a letter that we knew that some of you would take issue with. We did that on purpose. We wanted to stimulate what we got tonight, and we got it. So thank you very much. I feel that you're going in the right direction. We offered you our plan of how to do it in a transparent manner. That was to address a lot of John's issues, that he didn't want to feel like he was part of the good old boys appointing somebody. So we hope that you take some of our suggestions, vet some people in public, and let both the public and all 5 of you at the same time see who you're going to appoint. So, thank you, Pat.
Next card is from Ward Habriel.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Yes, this is one of those issues, where you have to stand up and say, I'm representing the Garden Club. That's just one of the places where I meet with people. I'm connected with other public agencies and clubs and organizations in town. And I asked the question different, John. I said, there's 3 choices what we can do. What do you think? Every single person said appoint. It was just that clear. Nobody said anything else. Every single person, and I'm not talking about 300 or thousands or a couple dozen from this room, but every single person I talked to, through all different kinds of groups, they said appoint.
My next card is from Stephen Gukin.
Fortunately, you're not going to get away with a ditto this time, although I'd like to do it that way. We really should have 5 members, and the financial and decisions in having a quorum, those are all pretty important reasons. I think we should go with the appropriate, with the appointment method. I forward the idea that the council should have each potential candidate speak and get their point of view in an open forum. Thank you.
Joe Gorbea.
Gorbea, thank you.
Gorbea.
I think that the resolutions setting up the process are very clear, and I don't think that any one group or organization needs to dictate, to the council how to do this job. Just as a personal note, perhaps it would be good to post it, in the media for a couple of weeks and have people that are interested send you their resumes and then choose from that. But I think if you open it up to a public forum and vetting and all that stuff, that you start getting a lot more commotion than is probably necessary for doing that. That's just a personal opinion. I do represent lots of groups in town. If you want to come sing with the community chorus, I invite you to come and do that. And so I am in touch with a lot of people in town in different ways, but just as a personal point of view, I think that having an opportunity, it needs to get out there so people that want to and express an interest can do so, and that way you avoid some of the innuendos. But it doesn't need to be, a 2-month period, 3-month period. It can be a 1 week or 2 week period, and you get it done, and that way you have people that want to come out of the woodwork, give you their credentials, and you can choose from that.
Next card, Lauren Harvey.
Thank you. You all know who I am, I hope. I've been here a long time. Most people that know me personally know I'm a Gabby character. 4 years ago, I was one of 8 that started Chico Tea Party. Shortly thereafter, I started a group up here called Paradise Patriots. I've made it my retirement goal to be involved in some of this stuff, and I have surveyed the community as best I can. I have signs on my truck so people stop and talk to me, and the consensus is, from what I'm hearing, is they're basically in the camp of Greg Bullen. They really are on the fence, and when you try to pin them down to it, they're worried about cronyism. For the ones that don't just say outright they want somebody to be appointed, they're worried about cronyism. So my suggestion to the council tonight is, you've all 5 said that you are respectful of the community and you were voted for the trust of the community. So the only thing I'd like to ask this council to do is to not appoint somebody who the community has rejected in a general election, because the community spoke and the community doesn't want those people. So I wish you wouldn't consider those at all. Other than that, feel free. I got all the confidence in the world in you. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren.
My next card is from Martin Nichols.
Members, thanks for giving me the time to speak. You are going to engage in what really is a very unique process. Somebody's going to be appointed to a significant public position without the benefit of election. You're fairly authorized to do that, but it's extremely important in this process that it be transparent, that it has credibility. And I really think that requires that you have an open process where you allow people to apply, you vet them in public, people get to comment in public about their credentials, because that is really going to be important to this process being valid. Thank you.
My last card is from Ray Link.
I represent a group of one, me.
And you're just as important as every one of these other speakers.
Oh, I will tell you I am. I'm very sorry to see you leaving, Mr. Titus. When you ran, I did not vote for you.
How's that for a left-handed compliment, huh?
If you stayed, I would vote for you. I am impressed. I am impressed by the whole council. I feel that anybody that stands in a corner and complains about cronyism but doesn't come out and stand in front of the council and discuss his cronyism, that's why the road runs downhill. He can just slide. We have voted for all 5 of you. We have voted 4 of you in with our confidence that you have the ability to appoint a 5th. Now, Mr. Rawlings, I understand you feel that 8 months is not a very long period of time. As a woman with many children,
You go, Ray. That was great. Whoa, man.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a lot of children myself. That takes about 9 months for them to finish up, but anyway, thank you.
Stop, John.
All right.
Oh, that was too precious.
That was the final card.
That was the last card. Okay, thank you. And that was an excellent one to finish on. Thank you for that. It raised one of my favorite VIPs. So, okay. All right. So here we are. Back at where the rubber meets the road, and we get to make a tough decision here. So let me, let's look at we can start with trying to build a consensus here, and then go from there.
Well, let me start. I'll get off the fence.
Okay.
I think we need to appoint. And the tough part for me is going to be 8 months is a very short period of time on the council. It'd be nice to find someone that is familiar with us, with what's going on. It took me the first year just to start figuring you guys out and and figuring out the processes and stuff.
Don't say you still have doubts about me.
I still have doubts. I still have doubts. No, yeah. No, but there's also, there's so many things behind the scenes you got to do. I mean, there's the forms that you got to, the personal stuff you got to fill out for government.
Form 700.
Form 700. I mean, it's just, it just makes you want to cry and have to go through that and put that out. But there's a lot of those things that I think if we appoint someone, we can't have someone that this is a whole new process, I hope. That's my hope, is that we can have someone that's experienced, been through that. This is not a new gig. Otherwise, they're not going to be up to speed very quick. And it's going to be.
You have some thoughts on that, Tim?
It's
Yeah,
hard.
put you on the spot. I didn't mean to. I mean, I can move on to Woody. He's never at a loss for
Yeah.
words. As a compliment, Woody.
I think some of the things we heard tonight are important, that it be transparent. one of the things about appointing somebody from the past, it may be that they were part of some of the decisions that were made that got us where we're at. And it puts them in a very difficult position. And I would hate to see anybody put in a position where they feel, that somebody gets in a meeting and says, well, you did this. Well, they made the best decision they could at the time with the information they had.
You're talking about former council.
I'm talking about former council.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And so I think from that perspective.
They're crossing your name off the list, Dan, along with Alan White, I think, so, okay.
And
Smart man.
And so I think it's important that we have somebody who has been involved in if we're going to appoint, it would be nice to have somebody who's been involved in somewhere within, on a committee or somewhere, planning commission in the past, whatever, they understand the system, they understand their role, and so they're familiar. Being on the planning commission was a great help for me. It taught me a lot. And so I think, and there's a lot of opportunities to take a look at some of the people in our committees that we functioned with over the time, and maybe tap some of them. They may not have any political aspiration to run again, but they may be very good as a person who's willing to roll up their sleeve and say, okay, for the next 9 months, 10 months, whatever it's going to be, then I'm going to go ahead and serve my community. They may decide to run. I don't think whether they run or don't run should be the issue. It's the qualification of the person. And so I agree with you that it shouldn't be somebody who doesn't understand anything about government, because one thing I learned is government does not operate like the normal world.
And certainly the town of Paradise doesn't.
It's very difficult because you have situations where there's rules and regulations out of Sacramento that are in place that handcuff us, and that in business I'd make a decision immediately, but because of some rules and regulations we can't. It's very frustrating because you have people down there being influenced by other groups that it impacts us. And so I think we just need to take a look at the qualifications of the people, maybe do the opening for a short time, have applications come in, but our standard has to be, have they been involved in the process? Because you're right, the learning curve is steep, and it was fun watching you learn. Because
he calls it fun. Yeah, okay. Well, he's an insurance guy. Maybe that's fun to him.
Well, no, it was interesting because Greg comes from a very common sense world, and yet I sat in meetings with him, and he's going, well, can we do this, this, and this? No. Well, why? And here you go. And government doesn't operate like I would or you would operate your households or anything else. It's very different, and you can't kick against the pricks, so to speak. You got to go with the flow. You got to understand the process and then govern within there for the best interest of the community, because you can't say, I don't want to participate. We tried that against the cardboard, and they basically upped the ante. It would hurt the people of the community instead of helping them. So it's like, okay, we get the message. But it was worth a trial balloon. So, so I would encourage us to go ahead and fill it, but to have that, a period of time where people can put in their applications, but very short, because
24 hours, 48 hours, what are you thinking?
A couple weeks?
Yeah.
A week?
What's your thoughts here?
Okay, what I think is, we've already had 3 applications from people involved in the process. 3, both past and current planning commissioner members have expressed interest, as well as some other citizens. So, in fairness, I guess if we, maybe posted it for a week, let people know, and with the caveat that somehow they need to be involved with government somehow, or...
Yeah, I think it's tremendously...
Or, I mean, that's out of fairness from what some of the public and everything. Or, like I say, we've got 3 qualified people that are in our system, working on our planning commission, familiar with our processes, and that have all expressed an interest. And so we could just vet those 3 people. We can open it up to those people, like you say, they're maybe out there. But again, if the qualifying factor is that you somehow be involved in a commission, a committee, or, have that some governmental understanding or something, because Tim's absolutely right. I mean, it is a steep learning curve. And what he was saying about Greg and some of you guys, he was the same way. Man, I remember those first councilmen, why can't we do that? State law says no, you know. He was so frustrated that first year. It was really fun to watch.
So
You've come a long way.
there is certainly a learning curve, and I agree that it would help us, get back to ground zero, or get back to 100% if we can have somebody that is already up to speed on the town's projects, knows the staff, understands, the budget. The Form 700s can be daunting. If for those of you that aren't familiar what a Form 700 is, that's what the Fair Political Practices Commission requires us to fill out. All of our council appointees, planning commission, key staff, and council members have to fill that out, and it's basically reveal all of your finances and the finances of your spouse, too. So some people find that, they were planning on running for council or wanted to be appointed, and then they find out that they've got to reveal themselves, and suddenly they're no longer interested in having that information public. So I agree. I think, and I think I can see some consensus there that's I think is a key thing, so we can move.
If there is a consensus, I don't know that we open it up for a week if we're talking.
And I was going to get to that. Is there a point to doing that? One of the things I did, and it's, here I did play devil's advocate talking about the planning commission, but now here's an advantage to having the planning commission. Like I said, seriously, I was doing that as devil's advocate because I wanted I wanted to stimulate the discussion, and sometimes you have to do that. So I reviewed I had the clerk send over the bios, the applications from all of our current planning commissioners. So I was reviewing those again this morning, not that I wasn't familiar with them, and then also when each of them was appointed by us to the planning commission. I could, so I've been kind of studying that to see, and I know that April Grossberger has expressed interest. I know that Mike Sugalillo has expressed interest, and I know that Jody Jones has expressed interest in the position. I don't know whether you've been contacted. I had a conversation with Alan White, and I told him I wasn't considering him for the position. That was before the article came out in the paper. So I said, "No, Alan, we don't want you back because you're on the county planning commission now." And he said, "Oh, whew, good." He was willing to fall on his sword if we needed him. But
one of the things, though, to your point, Greg, I mean, when I said that, and followed on Tim saying about it, and it was one of the things suggested, okay, let's have an application period. That's, we do have 3 qualified people that meet the requirements we're talking about that are expressed an interest to all of us. And so whether we do a 24-hour, 72-hour, 1 week, 2 week, or whatever application period to see if anybody else would meet those kind of qualifications or not, we either can put it on Thursday's special meeting to vet the people we have, or we can, if we're going to fly it to the general public, and anybody else would show up with those kinds of qualifications, then I would assume we would either put it off till the next regular meeting, or to get up to speed and everything to hold another special election, a special meeting in order to, if anybody else showed up. So, I mean, that's one of the things we ought to consider in that. I mean, I'm real comfortable with the quality of the people, the 3 former and current planning commissioners that have expressed an interest. I think any one of them could sit up here and get up to speed rather quickly and serve the community. Doing the public, whether it be next Thursday's special meeting invite them to all come and put that on the agenda, and then just pick from those three, or whether we want to try to see if anybody else will meet those qualifications. We've all expressed a consensus that whoever we pick is going to have some governmental knowledge and somebody off the street, so to speak. That would be the only other thing.
John, you're just going to say no, so
I just want to say.
No, now that you can see what the rest of the council, what's your opinion on
What I'm getting ready to get.
okay,
right
all
now.
right, I was going to ask.
So first up, before all the people leave, I want to thank them for being here, and you all had some very good statements, and you had some good, and presented some good ideas, so thank you for participating. My opinion on, if we're going to open it up to an appointment, my opinion is that we should not just limit it to the three people who have expressed interest. I think we should go through a process of accepting applications. We should go through a process of reviewing the applications. And I don't think, this is not like applying for a job at Safeway or something like that. We don't,
Safeway pays better.
I guess we could, yeah, it does. I guess we could request that, governmental experience would be preferred, but it doesn't, I don't think we can set those standards. But whatever y'all do, I still am going to vote no on an appointment, because I have to stand by my convictions. And I'm convinced, and I wasn't too convincing in here evidently, but the point is, if you have convictions, you have beliefs, you have to stand up for what you think is right, whether you are or you aren't. That's up to people to decide. But I'm standing by my convictions. I took quite a beating here today, but that's okay. I've been down before, and I've gotten up every time. But the point is, I'm going to be objective in the process. I'm going to help out in the process, but I'm telling you, I don't agree with the process, and I will not agree with the process. But that doesn't mean I can't be objective once we've decided to go a certain way. Thank you very much.
Okay.
As I've mulled this over sitting here and
Oh, I'm just,
I get the whole idea of vetting, but I think that, what you said, Greg, is important because your experience coming onto the council from the planning commission. I think Tim said the same thing. Is that for me? I would be comfortable in suggesting that we just take of our former and two active planning commissioners, invite them to come to our Thursday meeting, agendize that that they can answer.
they can come.
If they can come.
Yeah, we don't know if people are available.
Or if not, then set another meeting. I mean, I just can see, even though the idea is good, but because I think that, contrary to what John believes, what we're talking about is that we know from our experience that somebody, in order to be effective, is going to have to sit down here and knowledge. And so we have three individuals with that knowledge that are citizens of our town. And so, in business, if you have somebody walk in that is going to fill the position you're looking for and has all of the qualifications, do you go look for somebody else, or do you just, so I would recommend that maybe we,
Thursday.
they're available to show up on Thursday, agendize it. If not, then let's set another meeting for that. And two of them are here, right?
You available, Jody?
Would you, are you available on
Mike?
Thursday afternoon?
Fine for me.
It's in the afternoon, I think at 3:30?
3 o'clock.
3
It'll
o'clock
be
on
at 3 o'clock
Thursday.
PM.
We can stick this on the tail end of the agenda, so if somebody needs more time.
Yeah.
Right?
We'd have to notify April, which we'll do. That would work out. If the council concurs, I would say let's do that.
Let's just kind of
The
right.
question
cut
I
to the
have
chase.
is, if we were to come to consensus then, what would the appointment time be? Wait till March, a meeting, or?
Mr. Titus has indicated that as soon as we have somebody to appoint, he can make, he can make an effective date for his resignation. This is kind of a unique situation, and Dwight and I spoke about this early on, that, often a resignation comes along, and the person resigns, and then suddenly you have 4 people trying to make the decision. This is a unique situation where Tim anticipates resigning, and there's nothing in the government code that precludes him from participating in the process and actually voting on his replacement. I say that. Yeah, nothing that says we can't do it this way. So, and
But in
again,
answer-
I appreciate having all 5 members here.
In answer to your question, though, from what I heard from the attorney was that if we interviewed these 3 people and we came to consensus and picked one and made the appointment, they could be sworn in at the end of that meeting.
But only if it's a vacant.
Right.
Right,
Tim
but
would have to
his
resign.
resignation letter said he would leave as soon as a replacement was
So
found.
we have
Or it
no
would be the
downtime.
next regularly scheduled meeting would be the next, unless we called a special meeting to do it.
We'd probably want to do it as soon as possible, so we can get the agenda to the new person and get it all out and done.
Okay, so I think
Is that a
with
motion?
that, I think we've got consensus. Staff, do you have sufficient direction, both Madam Clerk, who has to deal with the paperwork end of this?
Would you
making
like
it-
to put that in the form of a motion, which
I
would
think
be...
Councilman Colton is
Wait,
ready to...
would you like to state...
Direction is good.
Just direction?
Direction.
Okay.
Direction, put it on
Direction given, no action taken.
special meeting.
Okay.
And do they need to name the 3 people they're inviting? No?
The direction given is that you invite Commissioner Zuccolillo, Commissioner
Zuccolillo.
Zuccolillo, I'm sorry. I'm bad with, Commissioner Jones and former Commissioner Grossberger to attend the special meeting Thursday and agendize the interview for appointment to the council, vacant seat in the council.
I have a question, if you don't mind. Are we going to take applications for other folks as well?
I don't think that's in the, that wasn't in the motion.
That wasn't in the...
Okay, roll call. Do we have a second on that?
This is
I'm
just
sorry.
direction.
You don't, yeah.
We don't need direction, okay,
Direction only.
so we're not doing a, yes, so,
Yeah, and we'll get the notice out tomorrow
okay.
morning.
All right, very good. All right, so, thank you, everybody, for your allowing us to do that. The next item on our agenda is consider annual appointments for council representation on various committees. I would ask the council, can we move this to the February agenda? Again, we'll just stand with what we have now, since, we know we're going to have a vacancy, and it would be fair to whoever we appoint. So, if I have consensus...
Make a motion on that?
If I have consensus...
Except, like, they're not here, like I wasn't here last one,
Yeah.
everything.
That's right.
Right.
That's
We-
right.
Not that it's my...
Or
that I'm
we know how to run a railroad.
There's another option. If you're the only council member to vote no on something, get all the appointments.
Good. I can handle it.
Yeah, the water committee, the garbage
WAC is
committee.
the one that I can-
Okay.
But I do have a question on this regard, in this regard, though. I don't mind carrying it forward, but I did get a call from BGAG last night.
Well, you're the alternate, so you can continue to serve unless the primary person, that's under our rules, so.
What I was saying is they've got me down to the primary, they want to know who my alternate is.
Okay, well, they're confused, but.
So,
but the
they
staff-
are. So I just, would I just let it ride until February?
Just let it ride until February. You're the man.
I think we're okay with that. Okay, so then we are moving right along to council oral reports of their representations on committees and commissions. Anybody want to?
I have one announcement.
Okay.
I had a grandson born a little after his 7:04, 7:05 tonight, and he was 7 pounds, 14 ounces, so.
Hey, congratulations, Grandpa.
Congratulations.
We're at,
And that was that Josiah?
Josiah.
Josiah?
Yeah,
One of my
and,
former employees.
Here at Feather River, and 7:14 is a keeper, so we're gonna.
What's his name?
You don't throw those back, so.
Yeah, that's good. Congratulations.
That's California Standard, yeah.
What's his name?
Tyson.
Tyson.
Tyson, Another bowling in the town, so look out.
All right. So, John, you have,
Well, one thing I have to say is I've got a quality meeting Wednesday, kicking off the stove project that they've got going. They've got incentives out there for people who want to switch out old stoves. They will tell them how to do it, how to get funding for it, and so there is some funding available for people who want to switch out. So they're going to be laying that all out at the fairgrounds in Chico on Wednesday. So
is that going to be open to residents of the town of Paradise?
I reckon, because I'll be there.
Okay, all right.
You want to talk about the rabies clinic?
Excuse me?
The rabies clinic that you did.
Right, but I told them I had to be back for that.
No, but
the
last week.
rabies clinic. I'm not talking, yeah, I was thinking, we also have a meeting that day with one of the,
Right, we do.
at 2 o'clock. But yes, we did have a rabies clinic on Saturday, and it went from 11 till about 1, and it was a huge success in my opinion, because it got off to a little slow start, but we found out a lot of what we have to do for the next one, and that's kind of just keep them flowing. But we had a huge success. We had a lot of people show up. I think I read the email where there was 700 and some registration, some dollars taken in on registration, things of that nature.
There was
But
about 70 shots given. That's good.
and that's all part of the ongoing process. That was our first rabies clinic, and the ongoing process is, of course, to make our Animal Protection Division self-sustaining, and we've been working hard on that.
John, were there any registrations done of animals?
Licensing?
Licensing.
Yes.
How many?
I don't have those numbers yet.
Exact number, we did 70 shots, and there was $700 taken in registrations and shots. And the shots were free with the license or $6, so there was a lot of licenses given.
We even had a few people come turning dogs in.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
It was very successful.
Okay. Mr. Culleton?
That's me. All the committees I'm assigned to, I guess, they might have met, but they didn't tell me when they were meeting. I wonder why. No, that's not true. That's a joke. I haven't attended any committee meetings.
Are you done ice skating?
I'm done ice skating, but I am, both Mr. Rollins and I have been, and Mr. Lauder, have all been appointed to League of California City Policy Committees. Mayor Lauder is on the Public Safety Committee, and John and I are on the Employee Relations Committee, which is interesting, and we talk about a lot of the CalPERS stuff and all. So we'll be meeting next week in Sacramento for that first one of this year. And ice skating, I was fortunate enough to be hired part-time by the Paradise Recreation Park District to be an ice rink attendant too. And weekend we had there, I was promoted to rink leader because they trained their few cashiers to take the money at the end of the shift, go in the office and count the money by themselves and put it in somebody else's office. And the first weekend, we took in over $30,000. So on Monday morning, they told us, hey, we need a supervisor to be there and count the money with them. The Paradise Parks and Recreation District was, it was a 3-year project. They sold their board. It was about a $200,000 to $250,000 upfront cost. The infrastructure for PG&E last year to bring in the power was about $90,000. The rink rental is $78,600. And then they hired 25 to 30 people to work the rink, low wage, minimum wage jobs. But their projections were that by year 3, they would recoup all of that infrastructure cost, and they would be in the black, and then they would have the opportunity to buy the equipment so that they could just do this on a year. About the second week of operation, we had reached this year's projections, revenue. Talked to Dean Moore yesterday, closed on Sunday. We were open for 60 days. We lost 2 days because of rain. Unfortunate we haven't had rain, but fortunately for the ice rink, we have reached our goal. We're in the black. The most important thing, part of that is due to the sponsorship by PG&E, Feather River Hospital, and Paradise Rotary. They gave us a combined total of $40,000, and then we sold another $15,000 in advertising. So that effort will start again. That was a 1-year deal. Part of that helped to defer those initial costs. But we had, on an average of 500 to 1,000 people a day, $10 admission price. There were people there on Christmas Day from France, Sweden, South Africa, Japan, Brazil. More importantly, there were people coming up from Chico 2 and 3 times a day, 2 and 3 days a week. People from Orland, Roseville, Red Bluff, all over during Christmas holidays, Modesto, Los Angeles. And they were eating in our restaurants. And one of the things we don't advertise is that we have some of the cheapest gasoline in Butte County, our local gas stations. Our chamber needs to get on that bandwagon and advertise it. It was phenomenal for the community. We're going to try to get more community involvement. My goal, I was wearing 2 hats. I absolutely loved it. It was a place of joy. People were happy the whole time. But my hat as a councilman was, golly, where's the money people in this town? Let's build an indoor ice rink for year-round, because we become a destination spot. For those 2 months at Terry Ash Park, we were a destination spot, and it was just incredible, and look forward to doing it again next year. So our hats off to Parks and Rec. They did a heck of a job. And I think that's it for me.
Buddy. I will be back periodically to visit. And it's an honor and a privilege to serve with you, and I think, a lot of good work has been done, and I just encourage you to continue the vision and balanced budget. Well, we're so close to 15% reserves, man. No, I know, but it's been a great learning experience, and the cohesion, and the thing I really like about the council is that everybody checks their egos, and they come here and they talk about the business of the people, and we really are. When you look at Chico, you can tell there's Democrats and Republicans. Here, you don't know who's who, and I think that's the way the people envision, partisan politics to be, where we work for the common good of the community, regardless of the fact that I may be a conservative and you're a wannabe conservative, and or conservative, conservative in training.
In training, Kim.
In training.
Well, if I ever take the training wheels off, and look out.
But again, thank you so much, and I'm sorry to have to create this burden for the council, but it was a lively debate, and I think it was very healthy, and it just shows that we could work together and we move on, and when a decision's made, we unite and we move forward, and I wish you well.
Okay, let's see, my reports. Councilman Rollins and I attended a meet and greet and swearing in of our new animal control officer. We finally have a animal control officer, Jennifer Robbins, and so she's kind of hit the ground running, and she was out there and working at the rabies clinic, and so that's exciting that we have that. We've got. Unfortunately, we lost one of our new dispatchers. The family situation, needed to take care of mom, I think, and her dad, but fortunately we had some other applications, and so we've got a swearing in next week on the 21st of a new dispatcher. So we'll just keep moving on, trying to get us back, onto 100%, and thank Crystal, our HR person, for sticking with this kind of ongoing, never-ending process, and hopefully we'll have good news about some police officer candidates soon. So, just to touch on the ice skating rink, I've talked to a couple of the Parks Board members, and I said, that was a lot of money, a lot of taxpayer dollars to go out on a limb on, and I said, as an elected official, I don't know that I would have had the huevos the nerve, whatever, to vote to spend $250,000 of taxpayers' money on an ice skating rink when there's so many things that need to be done. But and so I really admire him for doing that, and what a tremendous thing. I talked to Bill Hartley the other day at the grocery store, and we were talking about I said, how's, as the ice skating rink help you out? You know, he says, well, we're advertising there on the outside of things as my company is. And he says, you know, he says, we feel like we had people that came in because they had been ice skating, they saw the sign, they came over. And one of the things that I spoke with these board members about and with Bill about is, and I've had the conversation with some other people, is that we really need to figure out how to leverage all of that traffic. How do we get those? We need to have giant menu. We need to have signs that say, you know, the Black Bear Diner is this way, and Mijo's is that way, and the Green Paradise is across the street, and Sophia's Thai is up here, and have menus. We need to be able to do that and go visit, you know, things to do while the rest of the family is ice skating. Mom brings them. Yeah, you know, is it? Yeah, that's the thing. Is it visit the antique stores. Go fill your car up with our cheap gas. You know, whatever it might be, let's figure out how to leverage all of that traffic that we have been blessed by our you know, our civic partners at the Parks and Rec District. What a tremendous gift to this community to have that and allow us to showcase Paradise, because you know,
Beautiful sunsets that we've had.
I mean, it's a beautiful setting, and getting people, a lot of people up to Paradise for the very first time to see, you know, and they go ice skating at Terry Ash, and maybe they decide, hey, I like this little town of Paradise. I'm going to go visit, you know, one of these real estate places and look at buying a home here. It's those kind of opportunities, you know, which are tremendous. I had you know, sometimes you don't know where new traffic is going to come from, but I had somebody stop in when the DMV office was closed in Chico for a couple of weeks. They were sending everybody up to Paradise. And so I talked to a number of people that said, gee, I'd never been to Paradise before. This is beautiful. We're, now they're shopping and going to our restaurants. I thought, gee, the DMV sending us traffic. We'll take it from wherever we can. So tremendous opportunity. And then
Mr. Mayor, we do have closed session tonight, and some of us have early morning meetings.
Oh, I know.
So maybe we should,
You're cutting me off before I get to say, I have a 10-minute speech written for Tim.
Come on, I want to hear it.
To thank him.
Thursday, we need to have a great
I'll do it on
speech for
Thursday.
Tim.
Okay, and with that, we will move into closed session per Government Code 5495 6.9D1 to meet with our attorney regarding pending litigation. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
The case is Brinkerhoff.